Good day, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. This is Viper of Viperland, and of course, save point A, where we have to continue on from. No background music. Who would have thought? Also, hey Ramen, welcome to Viperland in the chat. So yeah, we rewound time a bit, went back to that initial save point where Okabe was just really stressed out by talking with Krisu, and had the option to either turn off the phone or not. Path A, we did not turn off the phone. This time, gonna turn off the phone. So there you go. Phone went silent. I slowly stood up. That of the tree for the other 3 bed ends for the true end, right? I think so. Hold on, let me look at the list. We're going TAGPR. Yes, it's this side of the tree for a little while. Then we go back to the other side for one ending and then true ending. So yep. If Lukago saw me like this, he'd worry. I should get out of here. Oh yeah, very magic. I was staggering a little, but I could walk. Felt very thirsty. As you do. We're all the way back before Christmas, yeah. I'm gonna turn it up on my end a bit. A little quiet. I gulped down an entire bottle of mineral water and caught my breath. Mineral water? What game are you even playing? That was still a little time before my meeting. I wanted to get some air up here and recover a little. Looked down over the scenery below the overpass. The city was in the Christmas spirit. The atmosphere was charged with excitement. It was the exact opposite of me. I took more deep breaths. I still felt like I wanted to throw up. I was getting a headache, too. If I went to Dr. Liskinen like this, I'm sure I'd worry him. And then I realized that the 2 girls coming up the stairs were looking at me. I think we saw this bit before, but still. Peered into the late afternoon darkness to try and make out their faces. One of them, the girl with the short haircut, waved. Do we have a skip things that we've seen button, or is it gonna not do that? Oh, we got a full-on instruction booklet. Okay. R1 is skip mode, so it should skip stuff that we have read. Because I know we've seen this scene. I know we saw that one. This is presumably where things go different. Broken man because he lost his Dr. Pepper habit. Yeah. Alright, no more skipping. The sky was red-black, dotted with columns of thick black smoke. Also, Sor, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. And Ark, how you doing tonight? There was so much rubble I couldn't find a place to stand. Screams, gunshots, and the stench. Everyone in this world knew what that stench was. It was the smell of burning. Houses, buildings, cars, motorcycles, trees, grass, and humans. It was the smell of all of them burning together. Something thin and black poked from between the piles of rubble. It was a hand. The hand, unmoving, stretched up towards the sky. No, that wasn't the only one. Everywhere I looked, I saw hands, legs, and heads. Parts of what were once human beings were strewn across the ground. I heard a distant gunshot. A shout. Silence. Nothing changed. Just one more body lying on the ground. The world was ending. And at last people understood. This wasn't the afterlife. This was the real world. Memory 5 now. Cool. Yes, that's what this was. This was hell. Or, Hiffle. Take your pick. I just recently learned about... I thought it was just a Dragon Ball abridged thing, but apparently the dub for Dragon Ball didn't call it hell. They called it the House for Infinite Losers. Hiffle. That's just what they called... That's what dub Dragon Ball decided the afterlife was. And yeah, so Hiffle. I'm very late to that party, but I'm just learning that. One of the things is kind of right. The world twisted and warped. I'm assuming that's Sophie talk. I felt horribly dizzy. Sometimes my vision would blur for no reason. But this was nothing like that. It was like my mind itself was being wrung apart. Like the world itself was changing. Deja vu. I knew this feeling. This was a bad time. At last, the color came back to my vision. All the shouts of the pedestrians and the noise of the passing cars came flooding in at once. Ocarine, are you okay? You're sweating bullets. Do you not feel well? look of Ryza's. Okay. Yeah, the watercolor look tends to be really cool. Like, I like Ryza and it's sold really well. The watercolor look tends to be pretty awesome. Fubuki and Kaede. The two of them were still in front of me. They looked worried. Had I just gotten dizzy for a moment? I'm fine, really. Thanks for asking. Okay, we'll be going. I'm looking forward to the party. Oh yeah, 10 days till Christmas party. They said their goodbyes and walked towards the station. I watched them go, only halfway paying attention. What was that? None of the passerbys noticed me standing there. They were all experiencing time sequentially as one connected movement after the other. But I knew what I just saw. That's right. I was the one person who understood. That feeling was reading Steiner. Yeah, I tend to agree. The ones I've played I really liked the look of. Which meant that the world line had changed? Shook my head and tried to get the idea out of my mind. It was impossible. The world line could only change if someone had altered the past. I'd only ever seen a world line changes after I'd sent D-mails with the phone wave, name subject to change. I'm glad that no matter how depressed he gets, he knows the full and correct name of the phone wave. That's important. Oh, we missed a few. I see some fun ones there. Short for DeLorean mail. Oh yeah, because those are all the different, yeah. Text messages capable of traveling to the past. Emails are sent from a cellular phone to the phone wave, name subject to change. However, they can't be sent too close to the present. Also, they may only contain a little over 36 bytes of data. Phone wave, name subject to change. Future gadget number 8, a microwave oven that can be remote controlled by a cell phone. By chance, it gained the ability to send emails, messages that could go back into the past. After he arrived in the beta world line, Okabe destroyed it and disposed of the remains. Ghost in the Ball, future gadget number 7, a large ball with 12 Type 6 Braun tube TVs, all with the screens facing outwards. In between the TVs are multiple miniature CMOS cameras. Cameras are pointed directly outwards and linked to the TVs directly behind them. The result is what looks like a polygon model of a ball that uses optical camouflage technology. At present, it's the best thing the Future Gadgets Lab has created, but it's so big that it's a hassle to keep around. The name comes from the popular sci-fi anime, movie, and manga franchise known as Ghost in the Bell. The Siloom Saber, Future Gadget number 6, a stick filled with red chemical Siloom, with a handle added to allow it to be used as a sword. We've revolutionized the industry by creating glowing fake blood, an idea no one's ever had before. The Future Gadgets Lab can do more than just work with hardware, we're also chemists too. The name comes from the famous Hollywood movie series Spark Wars. Future Gadget number 4, a super instant humidifier. Oh yeah, that's the... yeah. It consists of countless heating coils that warm water to create an incredible amount of steam. While it only lasts a few seconds, it can humidify a room in an instant. It's intended for rooms around 10 meters squared in size. The design, shaped like a claymore mine, is perfect for military otaku. The name comes from the stealth action game Metal Mode Solid Rising. Yep. Could this be Aura Aura, a lie detector that works by sensing the sweat from your thumb? It would perhaps be better to call it a sweat detector, but still, you have to admit that this is an incredible invention. Its name comes from the cult hit manga Juju's Weird Adventure. Bamboo Helicam, Future Gadget number 2. I honestly think this one's my favorite. Bamboo helicopter equipped with a CCD camera. The CCD camera is loaded inside the support pillar of the bamboo copter, allowing for unpowered aerial photography. However, since the camera spins at an incredible rate, watching the footage may make you sick. The name comes from the anime Tutu Iman. I just love the concept of, like, just take one of those, like, helicopters, staple a camera to it, but it's borderline unfunctional because it just spins and gets you dizzy. Metal Deer Rising. Oh man, I can't wait to hunt some more bears tomorrow. Bit Particle Cannon, Future Gadget number 1, the first glorious invention of the Future Gadgets Lab. It consists of a TV remote jammed inside a toy ray gun. If you pull the trigger of the gun, you can change the channel of the TV as if you were shooting at it. However, the only button that works is the channel button. The others, such as volume control, don't work at all. The TV must be manually powered on and off. The name comes from one of Japan's most famous giant robot anime, Mobile Brave Gundam. But I destroyed the phone wave, so that could never happen again. I'd sacrificed Krisu for it. But then who did this and how? That one's the winner. That's a good one too, but I really like the helicopter one. They're all good. What if someone had made a device identical to the phone wave? a light gun that changes channels. Yeah? Mayuri. I need to see if Mayuri is safe. I'll call her right now. If the world line change meant something terrible had happened to Mayuri again, well, it's a phone. Mayuri. I picked her name off the contacts list on my phone and dialed. I could hear the call sound in my ear. There was no sign of her picking up. 7 seconds, 8, 9. Each second made the fear worse. I felt cold sweat dripping down my back. 12 seconds, 13 seconds, 14 seconds. I kept calling and praying anyway. Eventually, after a minute of ringing, the electronic sound suddenly cut off. Ah yes, happy superb owl. It's Mayuri. Mayuri, is that you? Mayuri, it's really you, right? Ocarine, what's wrong? The relaxed, easygoing voice I heard most definitely belonged to Mayuri. I was so worried. I kept calling you and you didn't pick up. Oh, sorry, my phone was in my bag. It was nothing. Nothing had happened at all. Sports ball day. Do you need something? No, don't worry about it. I was just feeling nervous. Nervous? Where are you now? Are you with someone? I'm going to work. Until when? About 8 p.m. I see. Got it. Will you come to see me, Ocarine? No, I'm busy today. I can't. I'm going to the lab after I get off of work. Okay, if I can go, we'll meet up there, and I'll walk you home. Really? That's rare. Bye. Work hard, okay? I hung up. Mayuri was safe, which meant that the world line changing probably had nothing to do with her. Not that I could let my guard down. Next episode of Sports Balls with a Z, of course, very important. Or maybe that was just a daydream, and there was no world line change at all. It seemed awfully realistic for that to be the case, though. Just to be safe, I turned on my phone again. The icon was still there in the same place it had been in the last several times I'd used it. Felt a little hesitation, especially after what happened. Could I really contact her after that? But I decided it was important to see what was going on first, so I tapped the icon. What? Did you forget to say something? Krisu's voice was the same as ever. You're not mad? Mad? Why? Because I just hung up on you, so... You already apologized for that just now. I'm not the kind of person to keep getting mad after I've forgiven someone. Just now? That's right, you called back, didn't you? Called back? I did? It was only 7 minutes and 43 seconds ago. Did you forget? I apologized? To you? Are you okay? Krisu was evidently telling the truth. She didn't look like she was lying, at least. What happened? Your expression's totally different than it was a moment ago. No, I'm fine. I didn't remember that. I remember turning off the phone, but I didn't remember anything about calling her, the Amadeus Krisu, back after that. The old me would have insisted that I was right and that she was mistaken, but now I wasn't sure. After all the different pasts I'd experienced and all the sadness and pain I'd gone through, even 6 months later, I was still exhausted. What had really happened and what hadn't? What was right and what was wrong? I wasn't sure anymore. I just didn't want to think about it anymore. The past, the future, the fate of the world, I wanted nothing to do with any of it. You're not looking so good. Shouldn't you call one of your friends or go rest somewhere? Okabe?
No.
Hey, Krisu, can I ask you something? Do you know what I was about to do after I called you just now? You're going to meet with Dr. Leskinen in Maho, right? You're supposed to talk about me. Evidently my memories matched hers in that regard. See. Should I tell Maho about you in advance? I'm fine, really, sorry to worry you. Don't push yourself too hard. I don't want to be the last person you ever talk to. I guess the other way around is fine, though. chuckled bitterly and ended the conversation. I called Daru too, just in case, and evidently I really was on my way to see the professor and Maho. He also told me that almost all the events of the last few days matched my memory of them. Which meant that even if the world line had changed, nothing had changed nearby where I could see it. There was no problem, or at least there shouldn't have been a problem. It was possible that the moment of dizziness was just the result of a mental illness. Experiencing those same sensations brought up my past trauma and caused my memories to get confused. Maybe that was it. The phone wave didn't exist, so there was no way the past could have changed. That's right. That was all. I kept telling myself this as I went to see the professor. I met with the professor and Maho in a hotel room. So then, Lindhalo, you say that your communication with Amadeus is going well so far. Yes, the conversations are always smooth and coherent. While I'm at it, what about the distance between you and Krisu? Distance? What do you mean? Do you find yourself getting closer to her as you talk more? Well, a bit more than when we first started talking. A bit? You sure you don't mean a lot? I'm talking to her too, so I can tell. At first she was so mad when she said you ignored 8 of her calls. But now you're quite friendly with each other. That means you've gotten that much closer, right? I see. Wonderful. Liskinen seems overjoyed by Maho's words. I've got great hopes for this. It's possible she'll view you as a friend or perhaps a love interest. A love interest? You don't need to shout, do you? But she's an AI, right? It's precisely because she's an AI that I'm interested. What do you mean? She has emotions, right? Yes, but they're simply running on top of a program. But isn't that the same as the human brain? He was right. The brain ran on electrical signals, so you could say it had the same structure. The question of whether machines have emotions was settled a long time ago. They do. Yeah, it was settled in that one episode of Star Trek where Picard had to go against Data to prove he wasn't a feeling living thing. One of the greatest episodes of Star Trek. Hard stop, period. Cemented Data is one of my favorite characters. Easy. Next Generation's good stuff, yo. And anyway, Amadeus was designed to mimic the human brain. If the structure is the same, and so is the process, shouldn't that lead to identical results? Which means it's quite possible she could fall in love. In fact, I hope she does. Amadeus falling in love? Oops, is this an upsetting topic for Maho? No, this is the upsetting topic for Ocarine. Don't you start acting like Krisu too, Professor. Ah, it was a joke, a joke. Maho's scary when she gets mad, so be careful. Yes, I'm well aware. You know, I can hear you, right? Oh, I forgot that I need to call Judy! Lintalo, I'll be right back. Ah, yes, Judy! I'm just realizing, and I don't know if you guys will be able to see it, because it's a smaller detail, but the very clearly designed computer laptop on the desk, it looks like it has a banana logo. It looks like the lit up logo is a banana to me, which is fantastic. I did not notice that. We've seen this scene before, like this background, but I didn't notice that it's a banana computer. The professor quickly left the room. He ran away, didn't he? Christ, Krisu first and now the professor. Why do they have to make everything about love? Got that right. Of course, that was always the type of girl she was. Oh, right, Okabe, I had a question. Do you know any words that Krisu really liked? Words? Or numbers or something, anything that could be a key. So she's asking us in this path. Yeah, the world-famous banana company. What are you trying to break a password, she said? That's exactly right. I'm impressed. I was right? Is that her work computer or something? No, her personal laptop. It was at her home. Why do you have something like that? Her mom gave it to me, so I'd have something to remember her by. I'm trying to figure out what's on it, so I'm looking for a way to crack the password. I thought you might know something. If it's got a password, that means she didn't want anyone seeing it, right? That's true, but... Excuse me. If I want to make her the Amadeus Krisu close to the real one, it would be better to have that data, right? Of course, I'll do my best not to do anything that violates her privacy. I knew what she was trying to say. She might have had some kind of diary on her computer, which described what she'd been doing during her time here. But... sorry, can't think of anything. Nothing? Yeah, and even if I did know, I don't think I'd tell you. Because there's something you don't want anyone finding out. Computers hold a person's most private secrets these days. Daru talked about that all the time. Well, yeah, of course Daru would talk about that. He was always wondering if there was a way to automatically wipe a computer's hard drive if you died in an accident. Of course, what Daru didn't want anyone to see was probably very different than what was on Krisu's computer. Beyond that, it was the same idea. I see. She seemed really interested in the contents of the hard drive, but she didn't say anything else. Anyway, I'll be going. Yeah, oh, I was a little worried about Mayuri, too. Hey, Ocarine, what's the best color for a school swimsuit? The hell are you talking about? Who gives a crap? White, definitely. Old Ocarine? That one. 100%. Current Ocarine? Don't know if he'd go who gives a crap. The other two sound a little snappy, even for him. Yeah, no, it's fine. Don't worry about it, Ramen. Do you know what? Screw it. White, definitely. I see. Excellent choice. Very few normals would pick a white school swimsuit. You might be more of a pervert than me. Oh no. I know, right? Oh no. I actually just picked a color at random. Nice, Ocarine. I'm taking that advice. Stop with the commentary. Well, there you go. That's, Yo, I got up and went to leave. And then I saw a small ornament that was decorating the door. Come to think of it, it's almost Christmas. I remembered how excited Mayuri was. Are you staying here for Christmas, Hiyajo? Yeah, I still got stuff to do here. Are you spending it with anyone? What? Not even KS references. Yeah. It was just close enough. I mean, it was pretty close, to be fair. That was super early Chaos Head, too, before everything got Chaos Heady. No, I mean, outside of Japan, don't people usually have Christmas parties with their friends? Sorry, but I don't have any plans like that. And Americans and Europeans don't have Christmas parties. They don't? Christmas is a holy day to them, right? So they normally spend it with their families. They do have big New Year's parties, though. Yeah, before. Thought I'd heard something about that on TV somewhere. Well, I don't have any family here, so I'll be alone regardless. But that doesn't mean I'm lonely. Don't get the wrong idea, okay? Or so she said, but being all alone on Christmas in a bustling town was probably pretty lonely. Of course, she'd probably get mad if I told her that, so I didn't. When I finished talking to the professor, I went to the lab. I confirmed to the phone that Mayuri was just fine, but I wanted to see her for myself. Yeah, kinda done a lot of things. Could see from the outside that the lights in the lab were on. I ran up the stairs to get away from the cold and open the door. Mayuri, you here? Felt a small impact on my chest when I opened the door. Oh, sorry. No, I should have been looking where I was going. I'm sorry. Evidently, he was just about to leave. Lukiko looked up at me, apologetic. For some reason, he was blushing a little. Only Daru and Lukiko were in the room. There was no sign of Mayuri or Suzuha. I'm glad. If I'd gone home a little sooner, I would have missed you. Were you waiting for something? Yes, but it's nothing important. I just brought you some snacks. I brought us some steamed manju buns, man. Daru had already eaten about half the box. Yeah, it sounds about right. I don't know what manju is, but steamed buns just by default are good. Unless manju is seafood. Hell yeah. Someone gave them to us. You can share them with everyone. I see. Thank you. Hey, Lukashi, you good on time? Oh. Lukako looked up at the clock and started to fidget. We're having guest visit at home tonight. Cool, alright. Guests of yours? No, guests of my father's. For some reason I was asked to be there as well. Normally he brings people over who have the same hobbies as he does and talks to them for a long time. It's all too complicated for me to understand, so usually I just bring them tea. I'm not sure why he wants me there. Does he talk about religion and stuff? Lukako's family ran the Yanabayashi Shrine, one of the oldest in Akihabara. Bean paste pastries. Cool, yeah. I've had those before. Tasty. Evidently not. I prefer ones with like meat in them, but the red bean paste ain't bad. Definitely don't hate it. Last time he was talking about Araki and something about the era of Harumi? Ariake and Harumi? Harumi, Ariake? Weren't those places? That's Lukashi's daddy for you. Spooky. Do you two know what he was talking about? The celebrations. Oh, makes sense then. Yeah, I think so. But we can talk about it another time. If you got company, you should head home. Oh, then I'll be going. I'll see you soon. He bowed deeply and disappeared out the door. I watched him go, then sat down on the sofa. Where's Mayuri? May Queen, probably? I haven't seen her today. Then I guess I'll have to wait a little. Should I go get her? Oh, Ocarine, that call earlier, what was that about? He was probably talking about the phone call I placed to him before I went to see the professor. That was... don't worry about it. I was probably just mistaken. You sure? Okay then, I guess. I remember the strange sensation I'd experienced. I'd wondered if it was a world line jump, but several hours had passed and nothing had changed. Actually, I wasn't even sure if I'd really experienced it anymore. Memories were like that, especially from me. Still, Harumi, huh? Lukashi's daddy is a real veteran warrior. What's this about warriors? Suzuha got back before Mayuri did. Brother Luka's father is a warrior? How come he gets to be brother when I'm stuck with Uncle Ocarine? That's right, a warrior among warriors. A man with a history of many battles, you could say. I see, but I thought his family were all holy men. Oh, I see. They say some holy men can also be warriors. Yes, go full paladin. She'd convinced herself. Brother Luka really was amazing. I can accept that. Amazing? What was amazing? I decided to just pretend I never heard that. Just ignore it. It'll be fine. Still felt awkward looking at Suzuha. I'd avoided coming to the lab mostly to avoid seeing her. Uncle Ocarine, don't make that face. Evidently, she could read my thoughts just from the look on my face. She seemed upset. I can tell you're avoiding me. I don't know, you know, it's not your fault though. Wait, Suzuha, where have you been for so long? Ah, were you on a date with some boy? Never. Your father won't let you go make some random guy your boyfriend. No, it's nothing like that. Really? Thought it was a joke, but evidently he was serious about it. His tone was far less joking than normal. Must be hard being a dad. It's true. Then look me in the eye and tell me. Come on, do you of all people get to say that, Dad? What does that mean? You keep playing these weird games and you need to be spending more time with Mom. That's because two-dimensional girls and three-dimensional ones are different. Didn't he say it didn't matter if a girl was 2D or 3D? But yeah. Ocarine, did you have to say that right now? How can you betray me like that? Never been on Daru's side when he came to his hobbies, though. Oh, well, hello! 55 heckin' months from 7. Holy moly! How you doing? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. I was about to say, if it didn't read it. Classic. A classic. How you doing tonight, Seven? Thank you, obviously, for the continued heck and support. 55 months is crazy. The coveted first badge. Or founder badge, whichever they call it. It says first, they call it founder, whatever. Same difference. But how you doing? Thank you again. I hope you're still enjoying all the Viperland goodies we got around here. Hope you're having a good night. Doing pretty well? Heck yeah, glad to hear. Hope your superb owl Sunday is going well. The owl is indeed superb. That's about all I know. Well, yeah. Thank you muchly. Now, anyway, if it wasn't a boy, then tell your dad what you were doing today. What I was doing? If it wasn't something bad, there should be no problem. Suzuha glanced at me, then sighed in resignation. I was looking for someone. Someone? So it was a boy after all. I told you it's not like that. A little girl? No, she'd be older than me now, I guess. That was a strange way to put it. Glanced over at Daru, who looked back at me. Actually, there was another girl in the time machine when I came here. What? Wait, Suzuha, this is the first time I've heard about this. I never told you. She was looking down at her feet, and I could see she regretted bringing it up. Who is she? Where is she now? I don't know what she's doing now. You don't know? We got separated, you see, in 1998, here in Akihabara. 1998, that would have been 12 years ago. So it wasn't just Suzuha who came from the future. It took some time for the meaning of that to sink in. But what happened? You know we went back to 1975 to find the IBM 5100, right, Uncle? I nodded silently. We somehow managed to get the IBM 5100, and then we went to 1998. Our mission was to avoid the year 2000 problem. The year 2000 problem? That was one of the big events at the end of the last century, along with Nostradamus' prophecy. But in the end, after all the fuss made up by the media and pundits, nothing really happened. Was that because John Titor had come from the future to fix it? If that was the case, then wow. I ran into some trouble in 1998, then got separated from her. Considering we saw how that event went down, she's really cutting corners on that description. Ran into some trouble, got separated. She's not lying. But boy, that's not the full story. And you used the time machine before you could find her? I didn't have a choice. She ran out of the time machine on her own, and she must have remembered something, because she swallowed her words with a bitter expression. Of course, I looked for her. I did small jumps, as many as my field would allow, and looked everywhere for her, but in the end, she never managed to find her. Guess I understand, but why do you keep something so important from us? It was my fault that I lost her. I wanted to take responsibility for bringing her back myself. You know me better than that. Daru's words were soft. I'm your dad. When you're in trouble, you can count on me. Dad? You want to find her, right? So we'll help, right, Ocarine? Oh, what? Me too? Of course, we're not asking you to change the future. You can do this, right? Well, to be honest, after refusing all her requests to save the world, I was feeling a little guilty. I'd like to help her if I could, but I wanted to know what she'd do after she found her. So what's her name and age? And is she cute? Daddy will be mad if she's really a man. She's a girl. Okay, then give me her name and measurements too. I don't know her measurements. When I last saw her, she was 10. Thanks, Daru. A lolly, huh? The extra shine on the glasses. And she should be 22 now? Name, please. Her name is Kagari. Kagari Shina. Shina? The name was an unusual one. A girl who was part of Daru's group in the future who had the name Shina. Suzuha, was that girl? That's right. Her mother's name is Mayuri Shina. Kagari is Big Sis Mayu's daughter. Mayuri's daughter? Of course, it was possible that Mayuri would choose to have a child in the future, but the fact that I'd never even thought about it made the shock that much worse. If she had a daughter, she must have had a partner. That partner couldn't be me, because I died in 2025. Wait a second. She was 10 in 2036, and she would have been born in 2026. I'd have to learn more, but if I died in 2025, wasn't it just possible, maybe barely, that it could be me? That just couldn't be. Just like Suzuha had appeared before Daru, she was going to appear before me? I think we've broken Ocarine. To be fair, it's not difficult to do anymore. Who was the dad? I couldn't ask. Huh? Wait a second. If her name was Sheena, that means Mayushi didn't change her name, which means... Kagari is a war orphan. She had no relatives until Big Sis Mayu took her in. That sounds like something she would do. I realized that I was relieved in more ways than one, and I hated myself a little for it. Even if she did marry someone else in the future, as long as that made her happy, it was for the best. Big Sis Mayu told me to take care of Kagari, so this should never have happened. She was always clinging to Big Sis Mayu, and she doesn't know anyone in this time, so I'm sure she's lonely. How did you get separated? He said there was some kind of trouble. If she'd come to a new era in the time machine at 10 years old, Suzuha would have been the only person she could rely on. There's no way she'd leave Suzuha and run off on her own. I don't know either, but she got really unstable after we jumped to the past. Closer to the truth, yeah. That makes sense, come to think of it. A young girl, just 10 years old, was suddenly taken to a world where she knew no one. Of course she'd be scared. Do you have any pictures of her? Oh, yeah. I don't know if she showed this picture in the other timeline, right? Like, she discussed this with at least Daru. I don't think he ever was like, hey, do you have a picture? She showed me a tattered picture with 2 girls in it. One was an adult woman. I couldn't see her face, but maybe it was Mayuri, 20 years from now. I see no resemblance. There's no way that's Mayuri. Big hat, blue outfit. No. Short black hair, not Mayuri. That could never... No. He's barking up the wrong tree there. Hiding behind her was another girl. Was that Kagari Shina? Now she's 22, huh? It's hard to imagine. Older Maho. Yeah, see, exactly. Older Maho just found a big hat. That is, if she was still alive. Even if Japan was a safe, peaceful country, it would be hard for a young girl to get by on her own. If she was lucky, someone might take her in and give her to an orphanage, but if she wasn't... Suzuha was probably well aware of that possibility, so I didn't bring it up. Hey, Okarin, help us out, okay? She's Mayuri's adopted daughter, right? I'd like to help. But are you okay with that, Suzuha? With me helping? I felt sure that Suzuha was disgusted with me. I had a chance to save the world and I had given up. Would she want help from a person like that? If you're okay with it, Uncle, the more people the better. I see, then I'll help. Of course, I didn't think this would make up for that. Thank you. What's this about Mayushi's daughter? Oh. Oh, everyone turned around at the sudden voice. Okarin, you really did wait for me. Mayuri. What is it? The moment I saw her, I finally relaxed. I'm so glad, Mayuri. I took her small hand in mine and felt the warmth. She was alive. Okarin, holding hands out of nowhere. Oh, sorry. No, it didn't bother me, so it's okay. Big Sis Mayu, how long were you here for? I just got here. I cut the stream, I know. They only described it, they didn't show it. It's okay. It's a second case of hand-holding. First one almost ruined Daru's date. Second one was perfectly fine. I was careless. I was so focused on what Suzuha was saying that I didn't see Mayuri come into the room. Hey, I heard you talking about Mayushi's daughter. What were you talking about? Well, that is... Crap. Mayuri knew that Suzuha was hiding from the future. Telling her about her future daughter would be going too far. I needed to change the subject. We were saying that you look so young, you could be my daughter. Huh? Oh, right. Mayushi's a cute young girl. Yeah, people tell me that I've got a young face a lot. I want to look grown up like Yuki, though. Well, you eat enough for 2 grown-ups. That wasn't a compliment, Mayuri. That was enough to distract her, evidently. Oh, speaking of food, is there anything you want for Christmas? Christmas? You mean the party? Yep. Anything's fine. As long as it's food, though. A Christmas party, huh? Have you ever been to one, Suzu? Where I come from, we really don't have time for parties. But I think there was one time where Dad got us a really good chicken from somewhere. It's just Mayu said she'd cook it, but Dad stopped her. Suzuha was looking at Mayuri as if she was remembering the past, or future as the case may be. Really wasn't much more than we usually got, but it did make me happy. In the future, when World War III was going on, there probably wasn't much time for celebration. But even then, Mayuri was still Mayuri, trying her best to make everyone happy. Is there anything you want, Daru? Chicken with mayonnaise. I like half of that. If I've got cute girls dressed up in Santa cosplay, that's all I need. How much food do we need, you think? The plan was to make it all with Yuki. Oh, I know, maybe I'll have Luca and Ferris help too. Mayuri's head was full of thoughts about the Christmas party, it seemed. Is there anybody you want to bring to the party, Ocarina? Me? I don't really... Mayuni-san. Cooking with mayonnaise. I almost said no, but then I remembered someone. Maho Hiyajo. She said Christmas is something you always spend with your family, but... Ocarina? No, not really. How was she going to spend her Christmas? It was after I walked Mayuri home. The second I was alone, I started thinking about this afternoon. If that really was a world line change, then what was the cause? The most likely possibility was that someone had succeeded in developing something like the phone wave. We were able to make one. There was no reason someone else couldn't. Another possibility was that... No, there's no use in thinking about it. I was just mistaken. And even if the world line did change, we weren't the cause. We don't have anything to do with it anymore. Whenever I was alone, I always ended up thinking about things that wouldn't do me any good. I took the phone out of my pocket and tapped the icon. Hello? Risu's expression was self-satisfied as ever. Why are you calling at this hour? Nothing. It just felt like talking. Did it bother you? Not really. Talking to you is good for me, you know? She was an AI after all. She wouldn't be bothered no matter the hour. It's not like she was sleeping. Excuse me. You met with Maho, right? Yeah. What did you talk about? What? I just gave her my report about our conversations. Is that all? You didn't invite her anywhere? Are you still going on about that? You better not tell that to Yajo. She'll get mad at you. This is her big chance. I don't want her to waste it. Krisu seemed insistent on getting me and Maho together. Sheesh, doesn't she have other things to think about? Things to think about. Does she have anything to say about that other matter? Hey, question for you. What's the best way to find a missing person? That sure came out of nowhere. Some friends and I are trying to find someone. But we don't really know what to do, you see. Tell me the details. We can't. She leaned forward, suddenly interested. She really was a curious girl. Well, you can't say anything? I'm not the only one involved. But I can't really help you like that, though. You're right. If you could just give me your general thoughts? Well, the best option is to go to the police. That was the obvious and correct answer. Or a private investigator, possibly? Or look at old newspaper articles? But I guess you're already doing that. A company that investigates corporations or individuals, most commonly used to do background checks on prospective marriage partners or clients, or to see if a spouse is cheating. I don't know about that. You don't know? You're trying to find someone and you haven't even done that? Just heard about this today. I'll find out later. But Kagari was from the future, and Suzuha didn't have any personal documents on Sarah either. Which meant that it was unlikely she'd gone to anybody in the government. Some people in America use dowsing and clairvoyance to find people, right? The best starting point. Don't tell me you believe in that stuff. It has no scientific basis whatsoever. Yeah, you're talking to a scientist. No, it was just something I thought of. Good. If you said yes, I was never going to speak to you again. She really was just like Krisu. Thanks, that's a big help. I'll be praying for you to find her. Oh, and... What? Oh no, it's nothing. What? Now you got me wondering. It's nothing, really. Anyway, I'll talk to you tomorrow or something. Why was I just about to say that? I was just about to tell her about Mayuri's Christmas party and see if she wanted to go. By Raimi? Oh! Raimi's always good. I feel like Raimi shines most when he has a limited budget, not a Marvel budget, but still down for it. Krisu was just an AI. She only existed inside of a computer. I guess I was just starting to see her as real. Oh wait, that means that Bruce Campbell's gonna be in it too! Bruce Campbell's in every single Raimi movie, right? He was in all the OG Spider-Man movies. I haven't seen No Way Home. That's not Raimi, is it though, is it? It's not Raimi. But that means Bruce Campbell's gonna cameo somewhere in there. Well, Dad, any luck? It's not, okay. Oh man, I hope he shows up somewhere then. It's basically like his trademark at this rate. It's the Raimi cam and Bruce Campbell showing up somewhere. Oh, Raimi cam shots are so stupid and I love them. It's basically, they put a camera on like a wooden board and one person holds each end of the board and they like tie something to the front of the camera. Like let's say somebody shoots a bow from a bow and arrow. They put the arrow attached to the camera on a board so they can run it around and it looks like the camera's following the arrow, and it's like that's what you see when you see like an arrow like stop, make a right hand turn from the point of view of the arrow. It's so stupid and it's genius and I love it. And I love it. That's it's good. It's good stuff. Nope, sorry, nothing. I see. The search for Mayuri's future daughter, Kagari Shina, was taking longer than expected. Let me ask you, it's been a day! It's the 16th! Let me ask you something. Did you go to the police? Yeah, I did, but there's no official missing persons report. I was right. In order to submit a missing persons report, you needed to have ID to prove who you were. That's why Suzuha hadn't done it. And also, I later learned that the only people who could submit a search request were people like family and significant others, who were close to the missing person. Yesterday I did some light hacking of the police database, but I didn't find anything. Yeah, I'm sure. Did you look too then? I didn't look at any internal data like you did, Daru, but yeah. There was a database of missing persons on the police homepage, but it didn't go back very far and it didn't have a lot of information. All it had was age, sex, clothes, and sometimes possessions they were carrying. Since we knew nothing about Kagari Shina, we had basically nothing to go on. You know, this world may seem peaceful, but there sure are a lot of people who go missing. I thought the same thing. Each year, over 100 unidentified bodies were found in Tokyo alone. That's uplifting. If you expand that to cover all of Japan, then went back 12 years, you'd have a pretty big number. And the number of missing persons was far greater each year. Almost 100,000 people went missing. And 1 out of every 5 was in their teens. Of course, most of them just ran away from home, and 70% were found within a week after a report was filed. But if 70% of them were found in the first week, that meant 30% of them weren't. In fact, 5% of them were never found at all, and no one even knew if they were alive or dead. Perhaps Kagari Shina was caught up in an accident, or killed, or perhaps... I sat up, then got off the sofa. Oh, Korean, where are you going? I thought I'd do a little more research. School would be on break soon anyway, and it wasn't like I had anything to do. And while I haven't been very interested at first, at some point I'd become really interested in the whereabouts of Kagari Shina. And more than anything... Thank you, Uncle Ocarine. No, it's nothing really. You still have to learn the ways of the blade. No, thank you. Anyway. As long as I was looking for Kagari, Suzuha probably wasn't going to bother me about the future. Having her bring up the same thing every time we met was hard for me. If I could get her focused on something else, that would make things easier. Or so I'd thought, but... Finding clues wasn't easy. Just in case, I'd gone to the National Diet Library and looked at articles on missing persons and crimes in 1998, the year she'd gotten separated from Suzuha, but I had no luck. Japan's only national library. It consists of the main building in Tokyo, the Kansai branch in Kyoto, and several other branches throughout the country. The main building on 1st Avenue in Nagata, Chiyoda Ward, is often called the Diet Library. All works published in Japan are kept here, and while normal citizens are allowed to view them, they do not allow books to be checked out. Suzuha said she had been looking for Kagari every few years on her way to our time, so I knew it wouldn't be easy. But I couldn't help but feel a little tired and disappointed. What's wrong? Oh. What? Nothing. I'd called Krisu without even realizing it somehow. Hey, you seem even more tired than yesterday. You okay? Is that how I look? Yes. Your tone's dropped lower than usual. I see your conjunctivita is slightly swollen with blood, too. Were you looking into that case you told me about yesterday? Yeah. Told Krisu what I'd heard from Suzuha and Daru and what I'd found at the National Diet Library, aka nothing. You dummy. If that's what you're trying to do, you could have just asked me. What do you mean? I can access the network and research anything that's on the internet, you know? Oh, that's right. I'd forgotten. She was an AI that existed inside a computer, so something like that would be easy for her. Want me to give it a try? Can you do it right now? It won't take much time at all. Alright, give it a go. Sure, just give me a second. Krisu fell silent on the screen and didn't move for a moment. Maybe 30 seconds later. Huh. You're done already? I searched the network and nobody named Kagari Shin has been involved in any accidents or crimes since 1998. I found 3 people with identical names, but given their ages, they're almost certainly not the girl you're looking for. If you want, I can send you an email with their data later. No, that's fine. When I stopped to think about it, even Suzuha would have been able to do a search for her name on the internet. And what Krisu was saying was almost certainly right. The Krisu Makise I had known was always right. I think that's all I can do then. Now it's up to you to do what only you can do. What only we can do? Go gather information around the place where she disappeared. It's the ultimate in analog methods, though. I guess you're right. Suzuha had been doing that forever, so I couldn't imagine I'd find anything new. But if that was my only option, then that was what I had to do. Meow? Kyo? I mean, Ocarine? I spun around when I heard a voice behind me. I really like her winter outfit. It looks very warm. And I like that she has a custom-made, like, hood to let her hair through. I knew it was you, Nya. What are you doing here, Nya? Ferris and... Hello, Okabe. Always best. It's rare to see you two together. We just happened to run into each other over there, Nya, and Luke and Nyan was carrying a heavy load, so I decided to help him, Nya. Took a closer look and saw that Lukaku was holding bags in both hands. If you added in what Ferris was carrying, it was quite a lot. He was trying to carry all this alone? Lukaku? Excuse me. Did you just hear something? No, this isn't... I quickly hid the smartphone behind my back. Hey, are you listening? Hey! Didn't turn it off, hid it. There it is again, Nya. Is that who you were talking to a minute ago, Nya? No, this is... Shouldn't matter if they found out. Hey, wait! But I still felt guilty, so I closed the Amadeus app. Were you on the phone, Nya? Oh, I was asking an acquaintance for some advice. Advice? So that was it, Nya. When I saw you from behind, it looked like you were mumbling to yourself, so I was a little worried, Nya. Did it look like she needed to worry about me? Pretty much constantly for the past 6 months, in fact, Yeah, But, well, if she saw me talking on my smartphone in a place like this, I guess I could understand that. Anyway, if you're in trouble, you should have just come to Ferris, Nya. That's right, I may not be able to help, but I can at least listen. Yeah, I mean, it's still a smartphone, like... He's still just talking to someone on the phone, but... I guess. Thanks, really, but it's nothing. No, wait a second. Both Ferris and Lukaku had lived in Akihabara since they were born, and both of their families held important positions here. Maybe asking them wouldn't be such a bad idea after all. I'm actually looking for someone. You're looking for someone? I told them that I was looking for a girl who'd gone missing 12 years ago in Akihabara. Of course, I didn't tell them she was from the future, that she was Mayuri's daughter. I'd be really interested in knowing why she went missing, yeah? Sorry, but I can't tell you that. Meow. If you could ask if anyone has any idea, that would be a huge help. Got it. I'll ask Kuruki, Meow? Kuruki was her family butler. Oh yeah. I'd met him several times. In the same way that Ferris naturally looked like a maid, Kuruki just naturally looked like a butler. Come to think of it, it was rather strange for a maid to have a butler for a servant. Oh, and I'll ask the masters at Mikui Nyan Nyan, yeah? I'll ask my father, as well as our parishioners. Thanks, that would be a big help. Butler always has connections. Both Kuruki and Lukako's dad knew a lot of people, and they had a far better chance of finding someone than we did. I hope they could at least find some small clue. Anyway, Lukako, what's all this stuff? Oh, remember how I said I had guests coming yesterday? One of those guests is going to be staying at our house for a while. So he's gone to get the things they needed, yeah? They were a guest of Lukako's father. They must be fairly old. And from what I'd heard yesterday, they probably had some unique hobbies? That's rough. No, it's actually kind of fun. Fun? Lukako shared the same blood as his dad, so perhaps he had some latent interest in those hobbies. Don't get too into it, okay? Huh? Okay. I gave him that warning, then went to leave. Well, I tried to leave, but... I've got it! I've got it! Luka-nyan, you okay? You're not even walking straight now. I'm fine, this is nothing. It's weird to see characters from the back. It's weird to see characters from the back. You just don't... Like, in visual novel games, you rarely see the back of a character. Ferris's legs? You can hardly tell. It's mostly tail, really. Yeah, those aren't really legs. It's more butt with the tail coming out. But I can see what you mean. Like, if those were legs, that would not look right. That would not look right at all. Have some tea if you like. No, I'll pass. You've got guests, right? That's true, but can't unsee the legs now. Yeah, no, I get exactly what you meant. Like, I saw what you were talking about. I couldn't bear to see him struggle like that, so I'd carried his bags to the shrine with him. Ferris had gone back to her cafe. You know, I have no idea how you expected to carry all this stuff. Gotten a little stronger lately. I've been doing the sword exercises you gave me, Okabe. Sword exercises? That was the training I'd given him when he told me he felt too much like a girl. Senshin Zanma School, huh? A style of swordsmanship taught by Kiyoma Hoyoin to Luka Urashibara, the descendant of the ancient protectors of Akihabara. It also functions to strengthen the mind and quell the evil flames that lurk within Urashibara. Only the cursed blade Sadamare can bring out its true power. One of its secret techniques is the Type 33 Cherry Blossom Rage. At least that's what Okabe said when he made it up. It was so stupid I couldn't even laugh. I'm sorry. Thinking back, I was amazed he put up with that nonsense. Luka, are you home? I could hear his dad's voice from their home behind the shrine office. Yes, I'll be right there. Okay, I'll be going. Right, thank you, Okabe. Lukako bowed deeply as I left Yanashibara's shrine. On my way home, I thought about what the two of them had said. Anyway, if you're in trouble, you should have just come to Ferris, yeah? That's right, I might not be able to help, but I can at least listen. I didn't realize until after they'd spoken. I had gone to Krisu before I'd gone to anyone else. I'd brought up the app and started talking with her before I even realized it. She wasn't the real Krisu, but that voice, the way she acted. All of it reminded me of Krisu. All of it brought back the emotions I'd tried to hide. There's an incoming call on my phone. Well, let's, oh, I don't have a choice. I can't bring it up. It was from Krisu. She was probably there to complain about me hanging up on her earlier. That would be just like Krisu. Yeah, I can't open it, so like... But I didn't answer the phone. I'll try and open it. Alright. That wasn't a choice, that was just how it goes. I didn't answer any of the other calls that came that day either. The United States of America, California. Christ, why do I have to do this report? The reporter, Jessica Edmond, had rushed to the scene at her director's orders, and she was pissed off about it. She dreamed of Hollywood and even been in a movie once, so how did she end up reporting on this crap? You're the one who said you wanted to work, no matter what it was. I did say that, but still. I'm giving a bratty, failed actress a chance to do something productive with her life. I expect gratitude, not complaints. What did you say? Oh, what, you're gonna give up on the job and run away? You never see anything through, you know? You keep that up and you'll lose custody. She hated herself for not being able to say anything. Healthy work environment, super. If there's anything I know about California and acting, it's all healthy work environment. Her stupid pride got in the way. She dreamed of being a Hollywood actress, but all she'd gotten was a bit part in a B movie. It had never gone anywhere after that. Then she'd had a kid and came back home. Still, she loved her kid. She wanted to make sure that they were taken care of, no matter what she had to do. So, where is it? Back behind those bushes. She went into the bushes, and there she saw it. Ugh. Several bodies, all brutally mutilated. This is fine. 5 scientists have gone missing this year, and 3 of the 5 were believed to have been researching artificial intelligence. The authorities believe that the culprits may be radical religious fundamentalists who oppose the development of AI. And now we go live to the scene. Jessica? This is Jessica Edmond, reporting live from the scene. The bodies found this morning were initially believed to be human by someone who was blind, but police investigations later revealed them to be chimpanzees and orangutans. It took a police investigation. They have really high opinions of American intelligence. Really high opinions of American intelligence. But the bodies are all missing their brains and parts of their heads. Police are warning locals that a maniac may be on the loose. American's super smart. Don't forget, the only American Pokemon trainer, Lieutenant Surge. War-obsessed Guile cosplayer. Hey, Okabe, you got class after this? Nope, I'm done for the day. And you want to go get some food somewhere? You just want curry again, don't you? Kitchen Tokai? Fictional, a long-established Western-style restaurant in Jimbocho. It offers delicious food at a reasonable price, so at lunchtime it's filled with salarymen and students. The curry is especially popular. I mean, delicious food at a reasonable price is perfect. I got a bit of an extra bonus yesterday, so maybe I'll splurge and go to Mondi, a curry restaurant in Jimbochi. It's famous for its full-bodied European-style curry, but it's a little outside the price range of a college student. It comes with endless fries. And when I think curry, I definitely don't think paired with fries. But when I make curry at home, I have it over pasta, so who the hell am I to judge? I'll pass. I'm a little tight this month. Okay, maybe next time then. Sure. I was talking with my friends after class. I'd really started to get used to this. Before the summer, I'd felt really out of place at school, but now it didn't seem so bad. Back then I thought I was special, but now I knew better. As long as you make the effort to fit in, you can find a place to belong. People can change. No, they change whether they want to or not. It was too late now, but I'd learned something about myself. It really was too late. Anyway, time to go home, huh? Curry with fries is curry fries? I mean, that sounds tasty too. As I headed for the exit, I realized that I recognized one of the people passing through my field of vision. Fries seasoned like curry, I mean, curry powder good. That was Dr. Leskinen? My college went out of its way to attract exchange students, so it wasn't unusual to see foreigners. But still. He's gone. I hurried after him, but the person I just saw was already gone. He's like 9 feet tall. How did he... Was I just mistaken? Come to think of it, the professor being here wouldn't be strange. Forbidden knowledge. He might have come to meet with my advisor, Izaki. Izaki had wanted to get to know him. Next time I see him, I'll ask. I glanced in the direction he'd gone, and then left the school for Akihabara. When I came out of the turnstile, the radio building was right in front of me, like always. The time machine that Suzuha had used to come here was probably still on the roof. Even if people didn't go up there often, it was still amazing that no one had found it after so long. Of course, that was all thanks to Ferris. Yeah, she'd rented out the roof of the building and sealed it off. Of course, I hadn't come here to look at the time machine. I'd gotten messages from Lukaku and Ferris after I'd left the lab last night. Both of them had asked, and neither of them were able to get any useful information for me. It made sense when I thought about it. If there was a missing persons report, somebody might remember the police doing something, but there wasn't. But Ferris had said something interesting. It's just a text message that was just nya 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 nya. And he's like, wow, I hadn't thought about it that way. But I did hear about a ghost with twin tails, nya. Ghost with twin tails? Yeah, that's right. Supposedly it appears every few years and asks people if they've seen a little girl, nya. Well, we know that one. No matter how many years pass, its appearance doesn't change, so people call it the ghost of twin tails, nya. Nya to English translation. Yeah, that's right. That's definitely Suzuha. What would she do if she knew people thought she was a ghost? I held back a laugh as I tried to imagine it, and then headed for the radio building. My goal, of course, was to find information on Kagari. This is where she had vanished, which meant this was where I was most likely to find clues. I went around to each store inside the radio building and asked, but didn't learn anything. Hey, have you seen a little girl with like red hair roughly about 12 years ago? What? You don't remember the customer you saw 12 years ago? How dare you? Of course, Suzuha would have done the same thing, so I didn't expect much. That didn't mean I could just stop. The parts shops. The commercial facilities. Even the back alleys. Even after all that, I went all around Akihabara asking people about Kagari. But I didn't learn anything useful. Some people told me the same story about the ghost with twin tails, but no one knew anything about Kagari. If a little girl was kidnapped or got into an accident, somebody might witness that, but going missing was a different thing. If Kagari Shina vanished of her own free will, all anyone would see was the 10-year-old girl walking down the street. Nobody would remember that 10 years later. I tried to think again if there was a better way. If the police and government weren't of any use, that left someone connected to the underworld? The underworld, huh? This is where the Yakuza Steins Gate crossover happens, right? As soon as I said it out loud, I drove the idea from my mind. How stupid. That's something the old me would have thought of. I'd given up that stuff. Come to think of it, I'd run all over Akihabara looking for something once before. I wasn't looking for a person then, but a thing. The IBM 5100. Gotta have Kiryu. 6 months ago in the Alpha World line, I'd gone looking for the same thing that Suzuha had searched for in the past. Back then, that's right, Krisu was with me. Complaining the whole way, as you do. When Krisu and I learned that there was an IBM 5100 in Lukako's storeroom, we'd work together to carry the heavy thing. Don't walk forwards, then I have to walk backwards. Let's walk sideways. Thinking back, all she'd ever done was complain. She was strong-willed, bratty, and hated to lose, but she was still so lonely. Once again, I'd taken my phone out of my pocket without realizing it. Amadeus. Since I hadn't picked up any of her calls yesterday, she hadn't called at all today. I stared at the Amadeus icon for a moment, and then put my phone back in my pocket. When I got back to the lab, I saw that Daru was completely exhausted. There was no need to even ask. It was obvious he hadn't found a single clue. Suzuha had been doing this for over half a year, so her face didn't betray her emotions anymore. Daru didn't even bother asking me how it went. You could probably tell from the look on my face. When you stop to think about it, Suzuha's been working pretty hard at this. We amateurs aren't exactly going to find something new on our own. Daru said what I'd been thinking, but trying not to say. Thanks for helping. You don't need to waste any more time on this. I'll keep looking on my own. Suzuha evidently had no intention of giving up. No, wait a second. Suzuha, what I'm trying to say is, I can't let you guys keep working so hard at this. What happened with Kagari is my responsibility. Don't be silly. If the kid's responsible, the parent's responsible, duh. Dad? Hey, how was that? I think I was a pretty good daddy there. If you want to hug me and tell me how much you love your daddy, go right ahead. Watching these two always gave me a strange feeling. For a while after they first met, they were complete strangers, and now they were father and child. and age-wise, they were exactly the same. Maybe I could understand how Suzuha was feeling, but I had no idea what Daru was going through. Anyway, what I'm trying to say here is just searching around randomly isn't going to get you anywhere. So what are we supposed to do? You ask someone who knows this stuff. The best way to handle this is to go to a specialist. A specialist in lost time-traveling children? The way to do this is to talk to someone who knows the underworld. Duh! I realized he'd come up with the same idea I had. My head hurt. Do you know someone like that? Tisk tisk tisk, don't underestimate your daddy. He may be an otaku, but is well known in certain circles. Yeah, I don't think those circles are really good at... I mean, I'm sure if you tell them that she was at one point 10 years old, maybe they'd be motivated, but... She's 22 now. Well known for being a tub of lard. Oh. Don't make fun of me, man. And anyway, are you serious? Do you really know someone with underworld connections? I'll see who I can find. So no. I'm pretty sure, like, if you open up Discord chat, be like, do any of you guys have ties to the deep web and help me find stuff out? Are any of you guys in the mafia? Before Suzu or I could respond, he took out his phone and started typing a message to someone. I mean, yeah, but you can't trust anything anyone says there. You'll have a billion people saying yes, but like, was he serious? And was text messaging the preferred way to get in touch with the criminal underworld? All they came up with was Taku. What do you think, Uncle? If someone like that really exists, it can't hurt to ask them. In fairness, being a hacker was a pretty underworld sort of occupation too. If I knew someone like him, it was quite possible that the person he said he knew really existed. Okay, sent. Now we just wait for a response. Huh? Oh. Huh? It's back already? Yeah, says she's on her way. She's pretty fast, isn't she? Better than slow, isn't it? That was true. Dara was sending another message. He was probably telling her where we were. Now all we had to do was wait for her arrival. Then the phone rang. Hello, Lukuko. Oh, Okabe, sorry, are you free right now? Yeah, what's up? Actually there was something I wanted to talk to you about. Discord, I'm sure all the underworld people will come out of the woodwork now, yeah. Something you wanted to talk to me about. Can I come over now? Now? Is it something you can't say on the phone? Yes, kind of? I like the not a Garo froggy, but a frog in a suit in the background. Just a sad frog in like a tuxedo shirt and jacket sitting on a platform. Because... Right now, would it be okay to leave this to Daru and Suzuha? Sorry, someone's coming over now. I was interested to see what kind of person Daru's friend was. I see. Can I wait until after that? I've got something to do later. I see. So how about... Just as Lukuko was about to say something... Loud footsteps. I heard sharp footsteps coming up the stairs. And then a knock. Come in. Sorry, Lukuko. She's here. I'll talk to you later. And then I stopped. What? The person who opened the door. It was... her again? Good guess, Ramen. Also the footsteps, kind of the same footsteps they played. It was Moika Kiryu. I'm shocked, I know. I hadn't seen her since the ATF seminar. Okabe, what's wrong? Okabe? Have something to drink. Moika was silent, with her head tilted slightly forward. Seeing her caused a dull ache within me, like my heart was being squeezed dry. Why? Why was she here with Daru? I had any number of doubts in my mind. What's wrong, Ocarine? Nothing, he says convincingly. Moika tilted her head a bit to the side, and I quickly averted my eyes. Nothing's wrong with me, but can everybody else hear that loud thumping sound? Like your heart's beating right in your ears, and everything's going dark. No, just me? Okay. There's no connection between CERN and us anymore. So she wasn't going to kill Mayuri. She wasn't going to kill Mayuri. She wasn't going to kill Mayuri. She wasn't going to kill her. I said it to myself over and over again and finally started to relax. Uncle, you look pale. You doing okay? Don't worry about me. Anyway, Daru, can you explain what's going on? Oh, this is Kiryushi. She's an edit pro writer. Editing production. Editing producers do special projects and editing work for a variety of publishing companies. Moika Kiryu. She silently handed me her business card, which had the name of a company called Arc Rewrite on it. An editing production company located in Akihabara. It primarily does articles for computer magazines. Daru gave a brief explanation to me and Suzuha. Hey, Daru, how did you meet her? Her magazine once did a special on Akihabara urban legends, and so I got a request to talk about my part-time job. It's not something I can really talk about, you know, so I politely refused, but I normally try to make myself hard to track down, but Kiryushi was able to find me. That got my attention. And once I met her, as you can see, I found out she was really hot. A hot writer who tracks down urban legends, isn't that the most anime thing ever? And that's how they'd met. Suzuha was frowning as she saw how Daru acted around Moika. She didn't say anything, but I could tell she was thinking that he'd be better off directing his attentions towards her mom. Wow. Out of context. Just out of context, that line. I could tell she was thinking that he'd be better off directing his attentions towards her mom. Like... Moika, for her part, seemed completely uninterested in Daru. She was wearing her usual poker face and fiddling with her phone. She's still using a Japanese feature phone instead of a smartphone, huh? Well, it's not exactly her specialty, but she knows a lot about Akihabara. Excuse me. Especially about some of the underground stuff, I guess? So I thought it might be worth asking her. You're looking for someone, that's what I heard. Yep, actually, we want you to find a girl who went missing 12 years ago in Akihabara. Daru told Moika Kiryu the basic story. She was dead silent the whole time, but she typed his words into her phone with incredible speed. I said nothing and just watched. She was once around her. She probably still was. Was it okay to trust her? It was just a coincidence that I'd run into her here. I knew that in my head, but my heart just refused to accept it. Here in the Better World line, we'd never encountered Moika Kiryu before. Of course we hadn't. I'd chosen the Beta World line so that we wouldn't, even though the cost was Krisu Makuse's life. In other words, you want me to find this Kagari Shina person. That's right, can you help? I can try. Seriously? But I don't know if I'll find her. Of course, if you can't, you can't. Normally, Moika and I would never have run into each other like this. Of course, we might have crossed paths in Akihabara. We almost ran into each other when she'd come to the interview to interview Dr. Leskinen and Maho at the ATF seminar. But I'd convinced myself that we were never going to meet each other directly. Was this fate? Was she and I fated to cross paths at some point? If that was the case, maybe it was better not to try to avoid her, but to watch her and see what she did. As I listened to Daru talk to her, that was what I started to think. So, we'll pay you if you succeed, and then any other necessary expenses, okay? No problem. Ocarine, Suzuha, you two okay with that? If she can help, I'm not going to complain. I don't mind either. It's a deal then. You know, some outside help. Moika nodded slightly, and then asked us for information about Kagari that might be a clue. Stuff like the clothes she was wearing when she disappeared and what she looked like. After that, she left. Ooh. All the tension suddenly drained from my body as I sank into the sofa. Uncle, are you sure you're okay? I'm fine. I was just a little nervous. A little late, but I took some anxiety meds out of my pocket and swallowed them. Uncle, you knew that Moika Kiryu girl, didn't you? Huh? How could you possibly put that together? I made no... she could tell? Super subtle. Seriously, when did that happen, Ocarine? Why did you think so? You broke into a cold sweat the moment she entered this room. Did nothing but stress the entire time she was here. The second she left, collapsed in exhaustion and took anxiety meds. Oh, who knows? The woman's intuition, I suppose. I can tell by looking at you. I guess you have to be pretty sharp to survive on the battlefield. No, I don't know her. Did you know her in the Alpha World line? Okay, I won't ask any more, but I'll do my best to keep an eye on her. Yeah, you gotta be pretty sharp to pick up on these well-hidden. That's enough for now. What are you guys talking about? I got nervous is all. I understand that. She's hot, has giant boobs, great proportions, and she even wears glasses. You can't help it. Cat-faced darter. That's right. Silence in the room. If she were a part of my life now, I would just have to use her as best I could. Maybe it was because she was gone now, or maybe it was because of the anxiety meds, but I'd calm down enough to start thinking that way. Of course, who knew if I'd feel the same way when next time I saw her, face to face? The whole frickin' title every time. The Japanese office of the Global Brain Science Comprehensive Research Organization in Wako City. Can't you condense that a little bit? Saitama. Maho Hyajo had tried her best to hold back a yawn, but in the end she'd given up and opened her mouth so wide it covered well over half her face. Small face, big yawn. One reason was that she'd gotten caught up in talking to Krisu last night, and only ended the conversation after it was late into the night. At first they'd been discussing the research and experiments she'd be doing, but at some point she'd gotten sidetracked into talking about Rintaro Okabe. Evidently he'd been ignoring calls from Krisu for the last few days. Krisu was much madder at him than she was when he'd ignored her the first 8 times. It was the first sign of femininity that she'd ever seen from Krisu Makase. It was cute enough that Maho couldn't help but take the chance to get back at her for all the teasing she'd always did. She ended up staying up a lot later than she'd intended. Just can't go to bed when there's teasing to be done. And since she was too energized to sleep by that point, she'd gotten out Krisu's old laptop. She started to fiddle with it to see if there was some way to crack the password, and the next thing she knew it was morning. A password, huh? Maybe it would be better to ask a professional. Maybe you could ask Krisu. But at the same time, like, I'd understand 100% why she'd be like, I ain't telling you that. Nope. Not doing it. No. Personal stuff. Nuh-uh. No thanks. What's up now? Yeah. She suddenly heard a voice behind her and almost jumped out of her chair. Aha, is it really that surprising? Professor, you're back. Just now. He raised up his hands and showed her some plastic bags from a nearby convenience store. He left to go get lunch just 10 minutes ago, and she'd been sure he wouldn't be back for a while. You know, Japanese convenience stores have so many foods to choose from. It's truly wonderful. You can eat a different boxed lunch every day, and a week later you'll have new ones to choose from. And each store has got its own flavor, so you can go get your food from them every day if you want. If you keep eating boxed lunch from convenience stores, you're going to get fat. Haha, it's still healthy compared to American food. Also, I don't think you have the rights to lecture anyone about their eating habits. Ugh. He was right, nutrition wasn't an important consideration for Maho. In fact, she ate mostly cereal and meal replacement shakes, which made her diet very unhealthy. Yeah. By the way, what do you want to ask a professional for help with? Oh, it's nothing. It wouldn't bother her if Liskinen found out, but for some reason she suddenly decided not to tell him. Yeah, if there's anything I can do to help, I will. Thank you, I may take you up on that. You stood up and headed for the door. Maho, where are you going? Going to Akihabara to get some fresh air. That's a long way to go just for some fresh air. If you just admit that you're going to see Lentalo, I'll permit it. It's not like that. It's not? I might go see him while I'm there. Kabe had a laboratory in Akihabara. Krisu had told me that last night. She'd said something about how she'd been avoiding it for a long time, and only recently started going there again. Maho was a little interested in it too. Just so we're clear, it's not like that. It really isn't. I haven't said a word. Anyway, I'm taking the day off. Tell Lintalo I said hi. First Krisu and now the professor. Why do they keep trying to make everything about romance? And anyway, isn't that called sexual harassment these days? For one thing, she wasn't going to Okabe's lab just to visit him. She wanted to see him again and see if she could get any hints about the password. He had said he didn't know, but he'd probably be able to come up with more than she could on her own. He did also say that even if he did know, he wouldn't tell you. That was what she thought after seeing how he interacted with Amadeus. You could call it a woman's intuition. She was thinking about that when she changed trains and got off at Akihabara Station. She felt like someone was watching her and spun around. It was a weekday, but the station was crowded. She looked around at all the people, but none of them seemed to be paying her much attention. Must have imagined that, right? She whispered to no one in particular as she started to walk again. Krisu had told her the location of the Future Gadgets lab. She wasn't that familiar with the layout of Akihabara, but if she needed to, she could ask her for directions. But what if she came in unannounced and Okabe wasn't there? That bothered her a little, but she decided she could just leave if that happened. Her eyes lingered on the junk parts lined up at the bins at the shops as she walked when she felt someone looking at her again. Whose eyes were those eyes? When she turned around, she still didn't see anyone. I'm sorry, Robin. It set me up for that. She started walking again, then went around a corner into an alley. And then she was sure of it. Footsteps. She could hear them behind her. Of course, that was nothing special. She would often be out walking at night and hear footsteps behind her. She'd speed up her pace, only to see an irritated man walk past a moment later. But this time, for some reason, she was sure it wasn't that. She decided to try walking faster and found the footsteps went faster too. When she went slower, so did they. Whenever she saw a scene like this in a movie, she imagined that she'd just kick the guy in the face. Did the guy have a stepladder in front of him? Now that it was actually happening, she was too scared to turn around. She fumbled for the phone in her pocket. The idea of calling the police never occurred to her. Sorry, but like, at the same time... Am I wrong, though? The only thing she thought was of the name of the man she was trying to meet. She picked it out of her call history and pressed the button with trembling fingers. Please. The footsteps overlapped with the sound of the ringing. Okabe, help me! Footsteps were almost on top of her. Just when she couldn't take it anymore, was about to start running. Hello? She heard a voice coming from the other side of the phone. Hello, Okabe, it's me, Hyajo. I'll go for the ankles. Yeah, sweep the leg, if nothing else. Right next to your lab. But she didn't get to say another word. By the time she realized that someone had grabbed her from behind, the phone had already slipped from her hands. What's this? I asked Moika Kiryu as I took the paper she offered me silently. Maho the Lalafell. You missed the ad, yeah. I've got a hot daughter, here you go. That was basically his go-to strategy for all diplomatic purposes, wasn't it? That really just was his go-to strategy. Oh man, I need your nation, trust my nation. I got a hot daughter. She contacted Daru just 10 minutes ago and told him she was on her way to the lab. And she'd arrived right at the time she said she would. She must have been very close when she contacted him. What was going on? What was she going to do if no one was here? Report. Weapon Sphere was absolutely an experience. Evidently, it was a report about her investigation thus far. The stack of papers was shaking a little in my hands. I still felt some unease when Moika was in my presence. Maybe it was just because of the anxiety meds I'd taken right after she said she was coming, but I was still doing a lot better than yesterday. Well, Uncle? I guess it really isn't going to be that easy to find her. I see. She must have been expecting something, at least a little. There was an obvious tone of disappointment in her voice. Dagari, where are you, and what are you doing? With no way to answer, I just silently flipped through the pages of the report. What's up, Okarin? Find something useful? No, not really, but let me see. I handed the report over to Suzuha without complaint, and Vanillaware just... they put out good games. Not always... most of their games can be described as an experience, but they're good. This stupid Maho cliffhanger. Can't focus on this now. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about around it. It's fine. I should probably do Dragon's Crown at some point. Even though it's less story focused. And I should really do Muramasa. It was literally the first game I got for my Vita, and I've never played it. Because I got 2 games when I first got my Vita. I got Muramasa and Final Fantasy X. Oh no, it wasn't Final Fantasy X, it was Persona 4 Golden. Then I ended up getting Borderlands 2 and Final Fantasy X, so I just never ended up going back to Muramasa, but I have it. Oh, of course it's fitting. But that's a Vanillaware game too. That was the first Vanillaware game I was aware of. No, that's a lie. Odin Spirit's the first one. That's a lie. Odin Spirit's the first one of theirs I knew. I think they made games before it, but that was the first one I knew about. Then they made Muramasa, I think, for Wii, so I ignored it because it didn't have a Wii, but then they ported it to other things. I pointed to the part that interested me with my finger. My investigation has revealed one interesting fact. Over the past 1 or 2 months, it seems another party besides ourselves has been searching for Kagari Shina. What does that mean? Just what you read. Which meant... My phone started ringing before I could finish the thought. Ah, normally I'd just ignore her and call back later, but... Sorry, can I take this? For some reason, I had to answer. That's what it felt like. Hello? Hello, Okabe, it's me, Hyajo. She sounded on the verge of panic, and my voice naturally rose to match hers. What's wrong, Hyajo? I'm right next to your lab. Immediately afterwards, I heard what sounded like a struggle, and then something hitting something else. Hyajo? Hyajo, what's wrong? And then there was only silence. Ocarine, what's wrong? From the tone of her voice, it was obvious something bad had happened. Someone's attacking this girl I know. Wait, seriously? Which girl? It's not important right now, Daru, but I didn't stay to answer his question. Grabbed the nearest thing that could serve as a weapon and ran out of the lab. To be fair, he didn't ask, is she hot? He asked, which girl? She said she was close to the lab. That better be his weapon. If she was coming from the station and had chosen a route that not many people would go down, she was probably the alley directly in front of the lab. I saw someone there. They were tall and slender, and I could see a tiny silhouette struggling behind them. That was... I knew it. The only girl I knew that size was Maho. Stop it! Let me go! That's art. Did she have mismatched slippers? One is pink with straps, the other's a croc with a smiley face on it. Fantastic. Someone had grabbed her and she was trying desperately to escape. Hyajo! Huh? This is art. The person who was holding her turned in surprise at my voice. A woman? It was only then that I realized it was a woman and that she wasn't Japanese. Okabe? Hey, let go of Hyajo. Suspicious woman. Did she not understand me? No, but she should have been able to guess what I was getting at. Let her go. I tried to strike a threatening pose with the weapon in my hand. A man dressed all in black, 3 layers of black, I might add, striking a threatening pose, wielding a lightsaber in the middle of Akihabara. Yup. And I realized that what I brought was the Sulium saber. Still, it would serve as a bluff. Would it, though? I'll say it again. Let her... It's not like that, Okabe. Huh? It wasn't. Wasn't like what? Hello, suspicious woman. The woman let go of Maho and smiled. She walked towards me with her arms open wide.
Are you Maho's boyfriend?
Okay, he's basically Sith Lord in this game, isn't he? Also, hey, welcome to Viper Light in the chat. How you doing?
Are you Maho's boyfriend?
Before I could ask what was going on, she'd wrapped her hands around my back and given me a firm hug. I told you, he's not. I had no idea what the hell was going on, but the two soft objects pressed into my chest kept me from moving. Yeah, the English line's fantastic. Then you know her, Hyajo? I'm sorry, it was my mistake.
I'm Judy Reyes. Pleasure meeting you, Mr. Okabe.
I love that it's very clearly a Japanese woman speaking English lines. Even though it's supposed to be a natural English, it's perfect. It's perfect. The woman named Judy Reyes offered me her hand, her broad smile like the sun itself. Nice to meet you. Huh. Japanese will do just fine. What, you speak Japanese, Professor? Yes, actually. I had no idea, but why? When a girl gets to be my age, a lot I felt like it. I was taking a vacation to Japan, so I figured I'd learn early. I've just been learning it as I go. But what's that? There's so many legitimate excuses. She went with, oh, when a girl gets to be my age, a lot happens. You just wake up one morning and you just know Japanese. It's just a thing that happens sometimes when you get older. Her mischievous wink looked pretty good on her. Anyway, I'll introduce myself properly. Judy Reyes. Nice to meet you. That's her way of saying, don't ask. I returned her handshake. Rintaro Okabe. Professor Reyes says she came to Japan for an AI conference. She's a professor at Victor Grandia. I research psychology. Psycho? It's the intersection of psychology and biology. In other words, she researches how the activities of the brain affect the inner workings and diseases of the mind. In that sense, her research is a lot more useful to humanity than ours. That's not true. Depending on how it turns out, your Amadeus could turn into an incredibly useful piece of technology. Makes me happy to hear that you say that. In short, Dr. Reyes had happened to see Maho in the streets of Akihabara and had decided to surprise her by grabbing her from behind. Sure. That's not a good surprise, yeah. Like, at best you can do the, like, over-the-eyes guess who, but even that's, like, if you don't expect it, like, just grabbing someone from behind, though, lifting them up, after they clearly hear you walking after them, that's not cool. Still, that's pretty mean of you, following me all the way from the station. I followed you from the station? That's right, you followed me the whole time, didn't you? No, I didn't. I happened to see you from the shop over there and decided to surprise you. Huh? Maho had only just relaxed when Dr. Reyes' answer drained her face of its color. Hyojo, someone followed you? Yes, that's what it felt like. Did you see anyone suspicious? Dr. Reyes denied it with that unique shrug that foreigners always do. I looked back over the alley, but of course I didn't see anyone. Must have been mistaken then. I'm sure you were. Japan's the safest country in the world, right? Was it? Well, as long as you're not one of those 100 people that just show up unidentified and dead every year, I guess. According to what they said. What are you going to do now, Maho? Excuse me. Raya seemed to sense something in Maho's silence. Ah, I see. Alright, I'll be on my way then. We should talk sometime, Rintaro. She can get his name right. No rockets launched at people at all, yeah. Bye! She gave me a meaningful wink as she left. The station was in the opposite direction. Should I have said something? I had a strange sense that she was feeling me out, but it seemed like a waste of time to resist. So, this is Hyajo. You remember me telling you about how I met her at this seminar, right? Sorry for all the fuss. I ended up taking Maho back to the lab, where everybody was waiting for my return. Suzuha had actually gone out once to look for me, but evidently by that time I was already gone. Well, I'm glad it was nothing. After I gave an introduction and an explanation, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Maho seemed to want to ask a lot of questions about the lab, but I had something I had to finish first. Sorry, where were we? We're talking about another group looking for Kagari-tan. Yeah, that's right. Is that true, Kiryu? It's true. I looked back down at Moika's report where she'd written all the details. She'd even hired a private investigator to check it out, which meant that it was probably true. There's no chance it was Suzuha? I thought of that, but some of the people looking for her were men, some were even foreigners. Foreigners? Why would they be looking for Kagari? I'm the only one with any connection to Kagari at this time. In this time, so why would anyone... could it be CERN? Maybe CERN realized that she was from the future and had gone to look for her. But if that was the case, then Moika would have to know about it. No, the rounders were all given their orders individually, so it makes sense if she didn't know what the others were up to. Kagari Shina's been here for 12 years. She has to have met some people during that time. More like she couldn't survive that long without somebody's help. That's true. In other words, what this report tells us is someone who knows who Kagari Shina is has started looking for her recently, some unknown reason. That means at least until recently she was alive. Oh, that's right. Unless they could travel through time like Suzuha, if they were looking for her, that meant they'd known where she was until she disappeared. If people had started looking for her in the last few months, that meant she'd been alive until then. There's nothing else to be learned from Moika's report. What will you do? Shall I continue the investigation? If people are looking for Kagari in Akihabara, that meant she might still be here. Alright. Moika took her payment for the work she'd done so far and left the lab. Daru had paid the bill. It seems that when his future daughter was at stake, he was willing to spend money. You're looking for someone? Maho had been looking around the lab with interest. Yeah, just a girl I know. Worried me that some of the people looking for Kagari Shina weren't Japanese, but I decided to check my phone. Yeah, okay, what time are you getting home today? Huh? Something going on? Shouldn't be that late. I won't be coming home tonight. Shouldn't be that late? I see. Will you eat dinner at home? Maybe, I guess? Okay, I'll have something ready. Huh? Why? Your mom asked me to. Just remembered, some guys from school wanted to go out tonight. Yeah, that's a shame. I was going to make something good. Sorry. I like the, immediate panic of, nope, 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 not my area food. Nope, going out. Bye. It's okay, I'll just make some for your dad then. You don't have to do that. I'll get him something on my way back. It's okay. Leave it to Mayushi. Sorry, Dad. Don't text it. You can think it, but don't text it to her. Sorry, Dad. Even outside of CERN, there were people all over the world who would jump at the chance to learn more about the time machine. If they somehow learned that Kagari was from the future, and that meant she was caught up in some kind of trouble... Alright, Ocarine, give me the Quisk on Hiyachoshi. Net slang shortening of Kuwashiku, or give me the details. Use when you want more information about something. Got it. Also, Crescent, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. Nope, 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 not that food, nope, I've already told you everything there is to know, though. She was Dr. Leskinen's assistant, and both she and the professor had been very good to me. I was helping with their work a little. I told him all this before. For example, is there going to be a super development where she suddenly becomes a lab member? In a game, anime, novel, or etc. refers to something that happens which completely ignores the plot and foreshadowing that occurred up until then. The super development instead takes the story in a completely new direction. Similar to the phrase Deus Ex Machina, these completely unexpected plot developments leave viewers bewildered and struggling to keep up. Yep. Goes pretty well. We, on a different timeline than we were in the previous stream of this, so, you know, everything's fine. Everything's so far actually pretty decent, so that's not bad. Probably not. Then can I at least get her to call Mahotan? At least call her Mahotan? Actually, I'm just gonna! Mahotan? Huh? Did I get your name wrong? That's not it, it's just a weird thing to say. But you're Mahotan, right? Mahotan? Don't you agree, Ocarine? Don't ask me. Just stop calling me that. But I refuse. He never changes, does he? So anyway, Hiyacho, what brings you to the lab today? Did I tell you about this place? Amadeus told me. There was something I wanted to talk to you about, but forget it. I got to see this mysterious laboratory, and it looks like you're all busy. Was she mad? He says that out loud. That's not internal dialogue. Oh, Amadeus. I thought never mind. Yeah, she was really ticked off. She says you're not picking up her calls. That's exactly what I expected. Yeah, I didn't realize he was talking about Amadeus. What? What are we talking about? Nothing involving romance. Cool it, man. Is this really bothering you after all, Okabe? If you want to stop being a tester, you can. No, that's not it. It's just... I hated how I was starting to feel dependent on her. Talk to her sometime, if you ever feel like it. She's lonely. Okay. The word lonely made my heart ache a little, but even so, I still didn't talk to Krisu that day. Several days had passed since Moika had given her report. You know what? Also several days have passed since we've saved, so let's just do that. I checked last night, and evidently there was nothing new to say. She had her deadlines for her magazine, she said, and couldn't spend a lot of time on it. That other group of people who were searching for Kagari Shina concerned me, but I couldn't ask her to prioritize it over her own work. Foo. Mayushi is very disappointed. Huh? Is this about the Christmas party? Yup. Kaede and Fubuki are both busy. And Ferris is at work, and Nai's going to spend it with her dad. And Daru says he's going to have fun with Yuki. That's a good thing, isn't it? I'd heard that Suzuha had gone through a lot of work to set that up. She was always complaining that Daru wasn't making his intentions clear with Yuki. From Suzuha's perspective, her own existence was at stake. Even if it was already fated to happen, something still might interrupt it. More than anything, she probably wanted to see her mom and dad getting along in this peaceful world. If something came out of this, it would probably make her feel better. You sure you don't want to spend Christmas with your family? Your dad was reserving a cake. You met my dad? I ran into him near my house. He was all excited because he was reserving a big cake to surprise you. I see. Then maybe I should do that. Oh, but don't let him know I told you. It's supposed to be a surprise. Time travel matchmaking. Yup. No pressure. Daru, you have to hook up with this girl. My existence depends on it. No pressure or anything, but stop faffing about and hook up with my mom already. Yeah, okay, but where are you going? What are you going to do for Christmas? Guess I don't have any plans. My family never did stuff like that. The guys at school are having a men's-only drinking party, but I hadn't been invited. Kept telling them she wasn't, but they insisted on thinking that Maria was my girlfriend. Some of them had it out for me because of that. Didn't you say that one year you asked Santa for a present and the next day you found vegetables under your pillow? Yeah, and it was obviously stuff left over from the day before. When I went to complain, my dad yelled at me and told me we weren't Christians anyway. Honestly, I'm amazed I actually grew up alright. Well, if you could call how I ended up alright. Ooh. Ooh. Once Christmas is done, there's Komima, and then New Year's. The year just flies by. You're right. It hadn't flown by for me at all. I'd gone through the same span of days again and again. For me, the year had been unimaginably long. Oh, I know. Hey, Ocarine, since we can't have a Christmas party, how about we have a New Year's party? I mean, New Year's is good too. We could all go visit the shrine and eat osechi and say Happy New Year's. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Right? Okay, then I'll ask everyone later. Oop, Mayuri stood up to go. Okay, Mayushi's about to go shopping. Shopping? Yep, I need some props for Fubuki's cosplay. I see, take care. Okay. Oh, right, Ocarine. Lukuko wanted to talk to you about something. Oh, that's right, Lukuko had called me. After that, Moika had come, and so much had happened that I'd forgotten. Knowing Lukuko, since I told him I'd call him back, he'd probably been waiting for me this whole time. Yeah, probably. He probably should have gotten on that. Got it. I'll get in touch with him. Okay, thanks. Bye-bye. Mayuri put on her coat, waved, and went out the door. Poor Luca. Alright, I should get in touch with Lukuko. So he wanted to talk to me. Alright, we got this. Lukuko. Lukuko isn't picking up? Oh well. I'd have to send him a ride. I typed in my message. Sorry, I forgot all about yesterday. It was definitely before yesterday, and sent it. And then I waited a while for a response to come back. There was no sign of him even reading the Ryan message. Was he busy with something? For a moment I thought of going to the shrine to see, but if he was busy I didn't want to bother him. He'd contact me when he had time. Just when I was thinking about that, I heard footsteps coming up the stairs outside the lab. Didn't sound like Daru. Daru's steps were a lot heavier. Come in. Hello. Lukako? Good, Okabe, I'm glad you're here. It was Lukako, the boy I'd just been trying to get a hold of. Sorry, I totally forgot, so I just called you. Huh? Oh, you're right. I'm sorry, I didn't notice either. You look guilty, as if he'd done something wrong. No, it's fine. Anyway, you gotta be cold. Come in. Oh, sure. But he hesitated, seemingly distracted by something behind him. So, Okabe, I was going to talk to you about something. But first, there's someone I'd like you to meet. Is that okay? That's a boy? Yeah, that's Lukako, of course. Someone you'd like me to meet? Well, Lukako moved slightly to the side, and a girl appeared behind him. Hello? What? Impossible. The girl there was... Krisu? Nice to meet you. Come in. Woman. Thank you, subtitles. Thank you. I offered her a cup of tea I poured out of a plastic bottle, and she thanked me in a voice that was almost impossible to hear. For my part, it was all I could do to keep the hand holding the cup from trembling. I took another good look at the girl sitting across from me. She looks just like her. Not like Lukako. The girl in front of me looked just like Krisu Makise. Her brown hair, her slightly slanted eyes, her unconcerned expression. Brown hair, not red or anything. Not red. Not red, it's brown. It's brown. Right now, there was no sign of her strong-willed nature, but other than that, they were identical. When I'd first seen her, my heart felt like it was going to stop. But on closer inspection, some parts were different, like the size of her breast. Was she about our age? She looked older than Lukako. I knew Lukako had a sister. Could this be her? She had a quiet air about her that seemed similar to Lukako. Oh man. Good times in Divinity too. But I thought I remembered hearing that Lukako's sister was actually quite cheerful. Okabe? Oh, nothing. So, Lukako. Oh, excuse me. That's just what I call him. Since you know he looks like a girl. I just realized that it was a pretty rude nickname. But it was a habit now. There's no changing it. I see. Really? Her expression softened just a little. She really did look just like her. I took a shallow breath and forced myself to relax. So, Lukako, who is this? Well, remember how I told you my dad had a visitor staying? Yeah, you told me. Is this her? Yes. That was a surprise. I thought a friend of your father's would be older. Oh, no, more precisely, someone my dad knows brought her. Oh. So this wasn't the person who was talking about Harumi. That made me feel a little better. So I wanted to talk to you about her. Before that, can you tell me your name? It's hard to just keep saying her. Her face clouded. Did I say something wrong? Actually, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. Well, how can we find out who this girl is? It took a moment before I understood what he said. Wait a second, Lukako, what do you mean? She's got amnesia, she says. Amnesia? In my video games? More likely than you think. That's right. Then she doesn't even remember her name? That's right. Or who she is? That's right. Why? I don't know. That's the whole point. Of course not. If she knew, she wouldn't have amnesia. It's always amnesia. Oh yeah, no, I'm sure Suzu would... I don't know what we talk about. But why come to me? I thought you might know of a good way to bring back someone's memories. You talk about memories and the brain and all that complicated stuff all the time. Anything you can do to help me bring back my memories would be wonderful. Clear up fast. But wait, sure, I talked about this stuff a lot, but I'm just an interested amateur. I don't know anything special. I knew how the brain worked and how it was laid out, and I knew what amnesia was, but bringing back someone's memories was a different matter. Even the latest medical technology would be useless. Excuse me. Unless, of course, you had your memories stored on a system like Amadeus. I see. The girl was visibly disappointed. Then is there some way you can find out who she is? Kana seems to be suffering so much. Kana? Luca's father gave me that name. He said I needed a name. He says it means temporary. It doesn't sound like a lot of thought went into that. Was that okay? He said since I wasn't going to be using it forever, it would be better this way. Couldn't tell if that was deep or not. Okabe, is there anything you can do? If we could at least find out her name. I'd love to help, but wouldn't it be faster to go to a private investigator? Private investigator? Like a detective agency? Excuse me. Yeah, but even that's going to be rough with nothing to go on at all. You didn't have a wallet or a bag or anything? Nope, nothing. Nothing? Not necessarily something big. I'd imagine there has to be at least one thing. There is one thing, but I don't know if it'll help. She slowly took out a handkerchief as if it was something that was very important to her. Whatever was inside must have been the one thing she was carrying. May I see? Yes. Huh? Do we have visitors? Almost at the exact same time, Akana opened the handkerchief. I heard Mayuri's soft voice from the front hall. Evidently, she was back from shopping. Suzuha was behind her too. That was a rare combination. Had they run into each other on the way? Oh, Mayuri. It's Luca. Brother Luca, who's this? She's a guest who's staying with my family. Kana bowed her head a little. Wow! For some reason, Mayuri gave a happy little sigh as she looked at the handkerchief in Kana's hands. That's an upa, right? Huh? Oh hey, inside of the white handkerchief was a faded upa keychain. Do you like upa? Mayushi loves him too! Is this your clue? There's an old upa keychain. Was that really a clue? But how old is this? It looks pretty old. Really did, come to think of it. Upa was a character from the Rainet Kakaru anime. Upa products had only been around for a few years now. But the one I was looking at was very old. This was probably green to start with. It's the Forest Fairy version. Forest Fairy? Yep, it was in the movie that just came out. Mayushi's got one too, see? But the design's a little different. I couldn't see any difference at all. This keychain's really hard to find, so I was looking everywhere for it. And then Luca found it and brought it for me a while ago, remember? Yeah, I just happened to see it on sale. That's strange, though. If it's from a new movie, it can't have been on sale that long, and yet it's so old, huh? Only then did I realize how pale Kana's face was. Are you okay, Kana? You're not feeling well? I'm fine. Kana tried to stand up and almost fell forward. Lukago quickly grabbed her. I know, I'll get you something cold. I went to get a bottle of water out of the fridge when I noticed that Suzuha was staring at Kana in shock. Suzuha? This is impossible. Huh? No, this is improbable. Strangely, Kana wasn't the only one who was shaking a little. Suzuha was too. No, that upa. What's wrong, Suzuha? I know that upa. It's... Huh? Hey, Suzuha. Kana staggered a few steps towards Suzuha, and then a few steps more. Couldn't be. No, there was just no way. But... Are you... Kagari? What? Are you Kagari? Are you Kagari Shina? Kana's eyes went wide. And she slowly collapsed to the floor. And nobody caught her this time, I guess. The orbital eclipse. Well, calm down a bit. Yes, thank you. Kana had passed out after hearing the name Kagari Shina from Suzuha, but with help from Lukiko and the girls, she woke up 10 minutes later. But she still didn't look very good. Lukiko and Mayuri? Sorry, can you go buy something cold to drink? Huh? And some of those cooling sheets that you put on your forehead would be nice too. I felt bad for Lukiko, but I probably didn't want either of them hearing what we were about to discuss. Yep, okay, let's go, Luka. Oh, yeah. Lukiko seemed interested in hearing about what was going on, but still, he went along with Mayuri. What happened next was the problem. Kana? Kagari, where have you been, and what have you been doing? What? Suzuha opened her mouth the second Mayuri and Lukiko left. Her words were as sharp as a knife blade, and Kana looked terrified. What the hell were you thinking when you... Wait, Suzuha, she's lost her memories. What did you say? I explained what had brought Kana here. Oh, and also got a text message. I'm about to reveal an important secret to you, Nya. Oh man, we get a sticker response. Which sticker? This is clearly important. This is the important one. When it's a sticker response, you know it's the big time. Hit it with the but I refuse. Come on, just let me say it, Nya. It's probably just more made up nonsense, right? It's really hard keeping up with all the stuff you say. You've changed, Ocarine. Will you never go back to the old you? Will you never get back to being Kyoma, Nya? Oh. We picked the most depressing version. Thanks. The most depressing option. Wonderful. Also the most in character, to be fair. I explained what had brought Kana here. It was fitting, yeah. Amnesia? Then she doesn't even know where she's been? Yeah. But there's something we need to find out first. Whether or not she was really Kagari Shina. Kana. Oh, yes? Do you remember what we were just talking about? Yes. What do you want to do? Should we wait for you to recover a little more before we continue? No, I'm fine. She was clutching her hoop so hard, her fingertips had gone white. But there was a light in her eyes as she looked at Suzuha. Okay, let's get back to it. Suzuha, what makes you say that this is Kagari? That Upa. Kagari never let go of it. She said it was a present from her mom that would keep her safe. Kana slowly opened her hand. The tiny old Upa was staring up at us with a silly look on its face. Present from her mom. A present from Mayuri. Kana said that Upa was the one thing she had with her. That's right. I woke up without my memories, and the only thing I had was this keychain. Woke up? Yes. Woke up where? A mountain path in Chiba, near the prefecture's border. The priest of a nearby temple happened to be passing by, and he found me lying on the ground. I stayed there for a while, but they said the temple was a place of spiritual training, and they couldn't let a girl stay there for very long. So they sent you to Lukiko's place. Yes, the priest thought that Luka was a girl, so they thought it would be good to send me to a home with a girl my age. Never thought of that. If only I'd known you were so close. The guest that Lukiko had mentioned a few days ago is probably that priest. Which means that Kana, no, Kagari Shina, had been there the whole time. We'd been searching blindly for her without any idea. And she'd been there the whole time. If only I had taken Lukiko's call, we wouldn't have had to go through all this. Don't blow off your friends. He was distracted. So, Kana, did you remember anything when you heard the name Kagari? To be honest, I don't know, but it feels like I've heard it before. And Kana's words cut off as she looked at Suzuha. That girl from before. You mean Bixis Mayu? Bixis Mayu? That's Mayuri Shina. Mayuri. Somehow when I saw her, I felt very warm. Even if she was Kagari Shina, she would only have known Mayuri after she'd grown up. But her appearance can't have changed that much. which meant that it would make sense that seeing her would stir some feelings within Kagari. Hey, can I see that again? Oh, sure. Kagari handed the old Upa over to Kana. Yeah, this is definitely Kagari's. And does that mean I'm this Kagari Shina girl? I think so? We can't be sure yet, but that would make sense. No, I'm sure of it. This is Kagari. The keychain is proof of it. Big Sis Mayu gave this to Kagari. But how could you have amnesia of all things? The keychain probably did belong to Kagari, but she also could have been gifted it by Kagari Shina, or she could have picked it up off the ground. Of course, Suzuha said that the keychain was very important to Kagari. It was unlikely that she'd just drop it or give it up to someone, unless she had it tied around like her belt buckle or something and the chain came loose and then they had to have a semi-naked fight in the entire laboratory to get it back, with guns and knives and blanks. But that would be silly. Which meant... Then the door opened and Mayuri poked her head through to see what was going on. I like the soft tentative tuturu, like... Hey... Is everything okay? Oh, sorry. Thanks for getting that. Not at all. Drinks and cooling sheets were taken out of the plastic bags and put on the desk. Oop, wrong one. You really don't want to know, Nya? Oh man, do we double down? Do we double down? Or do we blank Mayuri stare? Or depressed Kiryu? How mean are you to Ferris, the poor cat? The choice is in your hands. Want to go Mayu? Just the blank stare. Blank Mayu stare. There you go. We got 2 votes for blank Mayu stare. Also, hey, Cat Dragon. Welcome to Viperland in the chat. How you doing? No need to think about it, Nya. If you don't find out now, when will you find out, Nya? Be true to your desires, Nya. Up. Oh, Green, you're toying with poor little Ferris, aren't you? You Nyati boy. Cool. Better, I suppose. So, Lukuko waited a moment for her to take a sip of the drinks he'd bought, and then spoke with a quivering voice. So, is Kana this Kaguri girl that Amane's looking for? Yeah, that's probably the case. I'm so glad. Now you at least know your name. Luka. Kana, that is Kagari, smiled gently when she saw how relieved Lukuko was. Oh, but then, do you know where her real family is? Ha ha! Also right here? No, that's... Suzuha was Kagari's neighbor when they were kids, but she moved 12 years ago and hasn't been able to find her since. Isn't that right? That's right! And all of a sudden I really started missing her, so I came to Uncle Ocarine for help. So that's the situation, which means that Suzuha doesn't know anything about Kagari's family or where she lived. I see. I mean, that's fast thinking, honestly. That was the only answer I could come up with. It's not terrible. If we told Kagari that she was a time traveler from the year 2036 who'd come here 12 years ago, it would only confuse her. Now, if only we could get her memories back, we could know exactly what happened. She learned her name and met both Suzuha and Mayuri. Excuse me. Mayuri's presence alone had to be a big deal. Kagari? Yes? What's her last name? I didn't hear it before, so I'd like to learn it. Well, they say that it's Shina. Wow, then you've got the same last name as Mayushi. Mayushi's last name is Shina. Mayuri Shina. Mayuri Shina? Yeah, that makes me happy. I've never met anybody with the same name as me. I see. It's a really rare name, I guess. Can't imagine anyone else would have... I mean, yeah. Yep, so I'm really glad to meet you. Yeah, nice to meet you too. Mayuri was using her natural cheerfulness to try and open up to Kagari. If it worked, maybe she could bring back her memories. Luka told me you've got amnesia, is that true? Yes. That means you don't know who you are, doesn't it? Yeah. I see. It has to be really tough, huh? Because that means you forgot about the people you love, right? Maishu thinks that's really, really sad. So, I don't really know how to say this, but Mayushi will help too. So let's do our best, okay? Mayuri smiled. I could see Kagiri's eyes well up with tears. What's wrong? Did Mayushi say something weird? No, that's not it. Just hearing you say that made me so happy for some reason. And it's not just Mayushi. Ocarine, Suzu, and Luca all feel the same way. Yes, of course. I'll do anything I can. Thank you, Luca, Mayuri. I could leave Kagari to Mayuri and Lukako, and she'd be just fine. The question was what to do now. Lukako, can you do me a favor? What is it? Can Kagari stay at your place a while longer? Huh? In the meantime, we'll try to figure out what she's been doing until now. Of course, I don't mind. Is that okay with you too, Suzuha? That's fine. Suzuha probably wasn't completely happy with that, but she nodded anyway. Our first priority now is getting back Kagari's memories. Then I can see you if I go to Luca's place, right? Can Mayushi come over to play? Of course, right, Kagari? Right. Suzuha, you should try to drop by as often as possible, too. That's probably the best way to get her memories back. Okie dokie. Alright, if we're not having a Christmas party, I'd like to have a New Year's party. Can you help too, Kagari? It would really make me happy. Huh? Can I? Of course, right, Luca? Yeah, let's all have a party together. Anytime you get three girls together, they start chattering like birds. Try to throw a party for everyone. It's a good thing. Ocarine, calm yourself. The girls, although one of them was a guy, began chattering away. How dare people talk to each other? Ah, talking to other people. I'm not having a memory of it yet, right? Yeah. I had my own work to do. First, I had to let Moika know we'd found her. Probably not on call. Oh. Okay, there it is. We found Kagari Shino. Knowing Moika, she'd respond almost immediately. No way, where? Friend who works at a shrine was taking care of her. She was found on a mountain path near the Chiba border, but she's lost her memories from before then. She was that close? Wow! But we've been looking for whoever's after her, but we can't find any info. It may be a pretty big group. It'd be a big help if you could keep it up. Okay. I like that she has access to the OK Okabe sticker. That was all I needed to do for Moika. But I was still interested in the group who'd been looking for Kagari. I also wanted to know what she was doing lying on a mountain path. What was she doing out there? And with only an Upa, she had been running from someone? Lukako, can I have a second? Yes, what is it? I'd like you to try to keep Kagari from leaving the shrine as much as possible. Huh? Why? To go back and buy online? Oh man, is it really? I mean, if that was a service I used, I'd buy that sticker pack, like, obviously. Don't ask the reason, please. Yes, alright, if you say so, Okabe. Oh yeah, absolutely. Couldn't hurt to be careful. If it was nothing, then that was fine. Once Kagari got her memories back, I'd know for sure. Nobody knew when that would be, though. The day after Lukako took Kagari to the lab, also Christmas Eve, I took Mayuri to Yanabayashi Shrine, wow, no wonder I'm stepping over myself. Through an Akihabara that was filled with the Christmas spirit. Only sticker combo, yes, so it would be bad. Would it really be bad, though? Oh, Mayuri and Okabe, too. Lukako was smiling. He'd seen us before we could say anything. His smile was far too cute to belong to a man. Once again, I was forced to doubt his real gender. Thank you, Okabe. Luka, Kagiri, Tuturu. She's picking it up already. Wow, Kagari, you're amazing! Huh? Why? Because even when Mayushi says Tuturu, no one ever says Tuturu back at first. It's hard for someone who's only just met you to understand that it's a greeting. Yep, so everyone says, what's that? But you just said Tuturu right back, so I'm impressed. I just kind of thought I should, maybe? Maybe Mayuri's strange greeting had embedded itself in some part of Kagari's mind. Which meant that even 25 years from now, Mayuri was still saying it. Well, knowing Mayuri, it's time to check the phone. About Kagari, so something bothering you? Did you find a way to get her memories back? You worried about her? I'll go with that one. I'm honestly a little relieved that Kagari lost her memories. I'm scared that they might come back. I'm sure she hates me. But you still want them to come back anyway, right? Yeah, I guess. Dwelling on the past won't help. It just kind of bothers me. Sorry, don't tell anyone about this. Got it. That wouldn't surprise me at all. Oh, Okabe, too true to you too. Thanks. I still didn't know how to deal with her. She'd been 10 years old when she was separated from Suzuha. If that was 12 years ago, she should be 22 now. That meant she was older than me, but she was also Mayuri's adopted daughter. Time travel's weird, yes. We know. That would make her like Suzuha, who was Daru's daughter. Suzuha was at least the same age as me and Daru, so I didn't need to worry about being polite to my elders, but... Oh, right, it's Christmas Eve today. Merry Christmas. You're right, Merry Christmas. Everybody gets Merry Christmases. Was it okay to celebrate Christmas at a shrine? By the way, Kagari, how are you doing? Not bad, but I still don't remember anything. No, there's no need to force yourself to remember things. When the time comes, the memories will come back on their own. It's better to think of things that way. I understand. Man, you know this version of him can't though, right? Like, not while he's in full emo mode, he can't. There's laws against that. I'm not saying I don't want it. I'm just saying current Okabe cannot. Of course, she probably wanted to remember them faster than that. Something wrong? No, I was just thinking that Luca, Mayuri, and you, of course, are all really nice. No, I'm not really nice. You don't need to blush. She'd been so depressed when we first met her that this was probably the first time I'd seen her smile. The smile was somehow childish, and she seemed a lot younger than I'd been told she was. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't be so informal with somebody I've just met. No, it's fine. I'm not very good at being polite either. Yeah, he's got very little practice with it. That's right, Mayushi would be happier if you just talk normally. That makes it feel more like we're friends, right? For birthday, maybe. I like to think that in the OG Steins Gate timeline, that he eventually picks up saying it, but everyone around him just teases him so much about it, he just gets self-conscious and stops. That's true. If she straight up asked, I don't think he'd turn her down. If she straight up asked him to do it, I don't think he'd turn it down. Friends? Yeah, friends. Thanks, Mayuri. Friends, huh? Maybe this was how the future Mayuri became close to her as well. War orphan. That's what Suzu had said about Kagari. And all of that was my fault, wasn't it? Oh man, maybe in My Darling Embrace. Maybe there's a Mayuri route in that, and he'll say it. Again, I know nothing of that game except it's non-canon and happy. That's all I know. I know nothing. But boy, I can hope for that now. I can hope for that. Oh man. Oh yeah, see, we're thinking the same thing. Oh, I've got it ready. We're going through all the SciDV games, and that's going to be our last one. That's what we're going to end on. We're going to end on that little nugget of happiness. So I've got it purchased and installed already. So the time will come. We just got 2 more games after this to go. We got to do Chaos Child and Robotics Notes Dash, and then we will have played all of them that are available to purchase in the States. I can't get Chaos Head Noah. It's not a thing I can get. Or the Chaos Head dating sim, but I don't want that one. I don't want that one. It's okay. Even if I could get it, I don't want it. I don't want it. If I did what Suzuha wanted, would her life change? Learn Japanese and interpret live and stream. Yeah, I'll work on that. But for that to happen, I would have to once again... dating oh man. Okabe, are you okay? You don't look so good. Been a whole game in the B-root. Yeah, exactly. No, it's okay. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just not getting enough sleep. For the past like 6 months or so. I see. I hope so. Anyway, what were you doing just now, Lukaku? You looked busy. Cleaning the shrine. Don't you clean it all the time? I felt like every time I came here, Lukaku had a broom in his hands. Today's the big cleaning day, when we clean the parts we don't normally get to. Oh, we know about this, because this is how the computer broke in one timeline. One isn't even translated to Google Translate time. Yeah, exactly, it's not... Yeah, I just know. Apparently there's a fairly far along fan translation of Chaos Head Noah, but it's only... I think it's only on Xbox 360? Whereas for Chaos Head, I used the fan translation patch, but I purchased the game. Like, I went on a Japanese website and I bought the game, and then just applied the patch for the translation. There's no way for me to realistically, legally buy that without importing a physical copy for a system I don't even own, and I'm not going through all that for a dating sim I don't want to play. I'm just not doing it. Theoretically, I guess I could, but that one I don't know about. What's that? I had thought that I had gotten all of them, but clearly I might be mistaken. Translation of a PC port of the Xbox 360 version. Oh, okay. We'll see. If it's something that's available, we'll see, but like, I'm not going crazy for it. Chaos Head was a game I'm glad I played, but it's not a game I really want to revisit right now. I should play No on PC right now. Okay. I can't read Japanese, and also, I kinda don't want to go back to that game right now. We already got Chaos Child ahead. Chaos Head was definitely the darkest of all the side of games we've played up to this point. I think I need some recovery time before we go back to that one. Still good to know it might be a possibility, for sure, but I'm not going to consider that as part of my like full playthrough right now. For now, the plan is like the 6 games and then My Darling's Embrace. That's my plan for the moment, at least. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's almost New Year's. New Year's was a big deal for a shrine. I did the dusting a few days ago, but there's still stuff to do, so I'm having Kagari help. It doesn't feel right to just stay here and do nothing. I have to help a little at least. Lukaku and Kagari seem to be getting along just fine. Oh, Luka? Guests? Hello, father. Lukaku's father was poking his head up from behind the shrine. He had the look of a saint, but I knew he had some bad habits. Mostly of the same type Daru had. When did that come up? Did I miss like a few lines of text from the first game? Dressing up... Oh, that's fair. Dressing up Lukaku in Shrine Priestess clothes and having him help around the shrine was all... Okay, I did forget about that. Yeah. I was wondering if they're going to show him, because we knew he had a sprite in the first game. Oh, Okabe, Mayuri, Merry Christmas. Wait, aren't you not allowed to say that? I mean, it's not a religious holiday in Japan, it's just a holiday they go with. It's fine. Huh? What's wrong, Okabe? No, nothing. Well, it didn't bother them. I guess it was fine. More importantly, I needed to thank them for what they were doing for Kagari. Actually, about Kana... Her name's Kagari, I heard. Luka told me. I had no idea you guys knew her. Small world, huh? That's right. So it would help a lot if she could stay here for a while. You seem to have your reasons, I hear. Of course, she's welcome to stay as long as she likes. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Yeah, it's fine. It's like having a new daughter. A new daughter? Father, you already have my sister. She never comes home, though. She knows I miss her. She's just being mean. Oh, I just had an idea. Since we've got all these girls here, why don't you all help at the shrine on New Year's? Help as shrine priestesses? Of course. Kagari and Mayuri too. We'll have you wear the outfits. How about it? I'll pay. But that's not fair to them. I mean, he's paying. Oh, I don't mind. You guys are really helping me, so it's the least I could do. Really? Mayushi has to get ready for the party on New Year's. And I like making cosplay outfits, but I don't know about wearing them. Mayuri, a shrine priestess outfit, actually isn't cosplay, you know. I mean, isn't it though? She's not a shrine priestess, she'd be costume playing that character. Isn't it though in her case? If you were an actual shrine priestess, yeah, of course it's not, but she wouldn't be. I see. Don't you want to see Mayuri dressed up as a shrine priestess, Okabe? Oh, you're playing that angle. Huh? Why is he asking me? Is that true, Ocarine? No, you can't fool me. It's written on your face. No way. If I were to look at a mirror right now, I most definitely would not see it written on my face. I see. Well, if Ocarine says so... Clever man. Great! Glad to fear it. Here? That means I'll have to get the outfits ready. Hey, honey! He must have been afraid that Mayuri and Kagari were going to change their minds because he quickly ran behind the shrine. You seriously couldn't let your guard down around that man. Sorry. I'm glad to fear it. No, there's no reason for you to apologize. But I know you were looking forward to that New Year's party. I can still do it after I'm done helping here, so don't worry. Yeah, that's right. I'll help too. Ask for anything you need. Thanks, Luca. But I don't know if I'll look good in a shrine priestess outfit. Don't worry, I'm sure you will. Really? Yeah, Mayoshi makes all kinds of cosplay outfits for her friends, so I can tell. If you say so, I guess I'll try it. Yeah. Since I'd asked them to keep Kagari from leaving the shrine, she probably needed something like this to relax. Maybe that was why Lukako's father had asked her? No, no way. Either way, it was going to be a busy New Year's. Okay, I'll be going. Huh? You're leaving already? I haven't even brought you tea. I just came to see Kagari is all. Oh, Ocarine, Mayushi is... I know, you want to talk about New Year's a little more, right? I'll be back at the lab. Thanks, Okabe. She bowed her head a little and smiled innocently. If she still had her memories as a war orphan, would she be able to smile like that? I don't know, war seems perfectly fine and happy. Come to think of it, what would she, Yajo, be doing on New Year's? She had said that New Year's was a time for partying with your friends, but it didn't seem like she had any friends to party with. How many times do I have to tell you? Jeez! Huh? Yeah, just look at Suzu. I heard a voice I thought I recognized. It was Yajo herself. And she was yelling at a police officer? Which meant something to prove it. Just hold on. Poor Yajo. Oh, Okabe, good timing. Can you help me with something? Officer, this is an adult woman, I swear it. Who are you, a friend of hers? Yes, I'm a classmate of hers at college. I didn't feel like explaining the whole thing. She wouldn't mind if I told a little lie like that, probably. College. Tokyo Denki University. You can check it out yourself if you want, but... Oh no, there's no need to go that far. I see. So she isn't in elementary school. Oh man. The policeman left, shaking his head. What was that all about? He could at least apologize. Maybe I'll sue. Just means he's dedicated to his job, right? You're just as bad, Okabe. Me? One look and you were sure that he had mistaken me for a kid and was trying to take me back to the station, right? But we were right. If so, that means you're thinking the same thing he was. That's not... Maybe I should have kept my mouth shut. But I am grateful for your help. Thank you. It's nothing. You should have just said so to begin with then. Come to think of it, Krisu was the same way. We're all genius scientists like this. So, what are you doing here, Hyajo? Here, take a look. She showed me a big bag. Well no, it just looked big because Maho was holding it. It actually wasn't very big at all. It's that laptop I was telling you about. I thought there might be somebody in Akihabara who could decrypt it, but evidently she was holding Krisu's laptop. You're still worked up on that. Well, I don't want to invade her privacy, but I want to know what she was thinking, and what she was trying to do. And to literally have a copy of her you could ask, that if that copy of her was like, yes, sure, go through it, here's the password, or if that copy of her went, no, I don't want you to know, stop it. But I guess she can't risk the second option. You're lucky. You got to talk to her before she died. You got to talk to her before she died too, but I know what you meant more recently. On this world line I didn't. No, even in this world line, you got to briefly... You were very hands-on with her death. That's true. If it was something set after the memories, that's true. It could be. But at least then she might have some... It's just weird that she didn't ask her. She didn't try that. But it still doesn't seem real to me. I just got a message out of nowhere that she was dead. Didn't even get to go to the funeral. So I want to know a little more about Krisu. I know it may be a little too late now, but I guess it's my own way of coping with her death. Yajo. So please, Okabe, is there anything you can think of, anything at all that could be a password? I knew how she felt, and I knew she wanted a way to cope, because I still hadn't come to grips with it myself. But still, Sorry, but I don't. I'm sorry. Is that how you're running away? This is only one of the many ways we're running away. Running away? That was why you stopped talking to Amadeus too, right? Because you're running? She was right. I had to run away. I'd run away from a chain of tragedy that had repeated itself hundreds to thousands of times. And the result of that running away was who I was today. Krisu was really mad. She said you were a very cold person. I could imagine. Knowing her, she'd probably said all kinds of things about me, but... That's right, I am a cold person. I'd abandoned her. Kabe? My attitude must have affected her because Maho had fallen silent. I realized too late that I'd made a mistake. I didn't need to put it like that. I'm sorry. No, this was really awkward. We did something to change the subject. Oh, right, do you have any plans for New Year's? No, not right now. Then why don't we all go visit Yanabayashi Shrine? Mayuri and the others are going to be helping there. Mayuri? Oh, right, Mayuri wasn't there when she visited the lab. An old friend of mine. She's also a lab member. An old friend? Yeah, and we're having a party at the lab right after that. If you want, you can wear a Shrine Priestess outfit and help out too. A Shrine Priestess outfit? Is that cosplay? No, it's a real job, so it's not cosplay. I see, but I'll pass. They probably won't have anything in my size. She was probably right, actually. They might have had some of Lukaku's old clothes from his childhood around, but it seemed like a bad idea to mention that. Come on, you can at least try and tell me that I'm wrong. Sorry. So, are we meeting at the lab? What time should I be there? But I'll pass on helping out, but I do want to visit a shrine on New Year's. As far as the party afterwards, well, I'll think about it. That made sense. If she met Mayuri and they didn't get along, there was probably no need to go to a party with her. Alright, I'll let you know the details then. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. The time between then and New Year's flew by. Parties and drinking at school. When that was over, Komima. Of course, all I did for that was watch Daru and Mayuri run around. And then it was January 1st, 2011. Ah, the far future of 2011. Is this everybody? I'll take attendance. Amanishi. Here. Mahotan. I told you to stop calling me that. Kaideshi. Present. Fubukishi. Yup, yup. And also... I'm here too! Lady Nai. Hey, Ocarina, why is Bronshi here? I like how he gets a she too anyway. No clue. Mayuri invited Nai and he came too, I guess. Hey, what are you whispering about? Nothing. I love how he just has jackhammer on his heckin' sleeve. Only one sleeve. His other arm isn't the jackhammer. He's clearly left-handed. Daddy, I can't wait to see Big Sis. Or he's right-handed, and jackhammer is the weaker of the arms. Not the other honorifics. Yeah, a little weird, but that's just how translation do sometimes, I guess. But yeah, Daddy, I can't wait to see Big Sis Mayuri wearing a Shrine Priestess outfit. Yeah, sorry, I wish I could go with you. Huh? You can't come, Mr. Tanoji? Of course not. Why the hell would I want to go visit a shrine with you guys? Something important came up, so I gotta head out. I'm leaving Nai with you. Take good care of her, or your rent's going up. When we heard that, Daru and I both let out a sigh of relief, even though he was still right there. I, in particular, was trying to avoid Tenoji as much as I possibly could. His ostensible job was running the strange Brawn Tube workshop, but he was actually the leader of the Rounders. He worked for CERN. My heart wasn't strong enough to deal with him, knowing that. The only reason I didn't leave the building altogether was that Mayuri and Daru had opposed it. There was also the hope that if something did happen, I'd be able to learn something about the Rounders' movements. Still, I hadn't come back to the lab for a long time. You shouldn't say that, Daddy. Oh, you're right. You're such a good girl, Nai. Uncle Ocarine, thanks for taking care of me. Yeah. Nai didn't seem as scared of me, probably because I'd stopped treating her like a small, cute animal. Okay, I'll be back to pick her up tonight. See ya. Alright. Is there something else? Nah, it just feels like you really changed. You always used to keep going on about Hoyoyin, whatever the hell that was, but not anymore. It just feels weird. I'm an adult now. An adult, huh? Well, whatever. Take care of Nai for me. An adult, huh? Whew. Everyone in the room except Nai let out a big sigh of relief the minute Tenoji left. Anyway, this is everybody. Fubuki, Kaede, Yuki, Maho, and Nai. It's a strange group. Of course, we were all going to Yanabayashi Shrine. You sure it's okay for me to be here? Don't worry about it. Anyway, this ended up being kind of a strange group. Is that okay? Also, we have an actual grade schooler here, which by default makes you look taller and older. I'd be lying if I said I was fitting in, but I always did want to go to a shrine on New Year's. And I'm happy to meet more people my own age. Whatever, nice. She can't be. Not yet, at least. We know she will be. Glad to hear it. Maho is probably feeling a little left out, but that would solve itself with time. I can't wait to see Mayushi's cosplay outfit. Oh, Fubuki, it's not a cosplay outfit, it's her official uniform for today. Did they? I feel like she's gotta be taller. It'll be fun to see Suzuha wearing one too. Won't it, Hashida? Yeah, nothing wrong with a little sister shrine priestess. If you could throw in a nurse somewhere, you'd have an anime full house. You're always such a pervert, Hashida. What a perverted gentleman, though. In the end, instead of just Mayuri helping out at the shrine, Suzuha and Ferris had gone too. Ferris I could understand, but I certainly hadn't expected Suzuha to go. She was probably worried about Kagari, but there was also another reason, she said. She'd heard that she'd get paid. Suzuha had enough money with her to get by in this time period, but since it wasn't her own money, she preferred not to spend it on living expenses. She'd rather make her own money instead. That was something that had always impressed me. Oh, right. I forgot something important. Something important? Happy New Year's! Alright, Komimon just ended yesterday, so it doesn't feel like New Year's yet, does it? Alright, let's all say it together. You heard him. Okay, that does it. Now that we finished our greetings, let's get going. Okay. We're off to the Shrine Priestess Heaven. Hashida, there's no heaven in Shinto, so you're not going to find it at the shrine. Oh, right. We all headed to Yanabayashi Shrine, laughing and talking as we went. To be honest, Akihabara on New Year's wasn't that much different than any other time of year. The stores were open, and there were lots of customers seeking New Year's bargains. The only difference was that there were fewer cars. Hey, Uncle Daru! Yes, what is it, Lady Nai? Are you a gentleman? That's right, I am a pervert, but I'm also a gentleman. Why do you call her Lady Nai? Those little girls deserve the utmost respect. I see. They look like a family walking together. Were Suzuha, Daru, and Yuki ever able to spend any time like that? Oh, Fubuki, whatever happened to those weird dreams you were having? Oh, those? I haven't had any lately, I don't think. Maybe I was just tired. I see, I hope so. Weird dreams? Oh, for a while I was having these really terrible nightmares. Nightmares? Oh, you're awfully interested. Do you have a thing for me or something? Come on, Fubuki, Ocarina is someone he likes. Oh, right. Huh? What are you talking about? We're talking about how there's someone you like already. There is? Who told them that? Mayuri, maybe. No. No, I don't think it was Mayuri. I don't have anyone I like, no. What? Really? Really? It's true. Mayuri talked about them a lot, but thinking back, this was probably the first real conversation I've had with them. Still, they were easy to talk to. Anyway, I had a request for you two. Could you try to talk to Hyanjo a little? Huh? She's from an American college and doesn't really know anyone here yet. America? Wow! Instead of answering, Nakase gave a cry of surprise and went over to Maho, who'd been walking ahead of the group. The person who doesn't know where the shrine is walking ahead of everyone. Hey Maho, do you go to an American college? Huh? Yeah, that's true. Then you can speak English! Well, I spent my whole life over there. Wow! I should probably help her open up a little. You're really nice, Ocarina. That's not true. Maho had told me the exact opposite just a few days ago. But sometimes a person can hurt someone because they're kind, can't they? Huh? No, nothing. I'll go talk to Maho too. Kurashima jogged to catch up with the other girls, leaving behind a faint smell of perfume. Hurt someone? The words stuck in my chest like needles for a little while. Yanabayashi wasn't as busy as Kanda Shrine, but it was still a lot busier than I expected. Oh, it's Ocarina, Nya! Hey, Ocarina, over here, Nya! She keeps the cat ears. Because of course she keeps the cat ears. Shrine Priestess outfit, gotta have the cat ears. Suzuha looks thrilled. Thrilled. I mean, I thought she volunteered because she wanted the money. Looks miserable. Happy New Year's, everyone. At this point, it didn't even need to be said that Lukako looked great in a Shrine Priestess outfit. Varys, for her part, still had her cat ears on, but her outfit was much simpler than the usual maid uniform. I was sure her fans would love it, though. Happy New Year's, Nya! Oh, absolutely, 100%. Daru, Yuki, and the others exchanged New Year's greetings as well. Wow, Varys-tan, seeing you wearing that makes me glad to be alive! Thank you, Nya. I'm glad you came, Yuki. Happy New Year's, Suzuha. Happy New Year's. Suzuha always wore casual, light clothes, but this was pretty good too. If nothing else, it made it impossible to imagine her as Daru's daughter. If only she'd smile, this would be perfect. Little sister Shrine Priestess for the win! Now just say, it's time for your shots, big brother, it'll be perfect. He's forcing the maid thing, not maid, a nurse thing too hard. You know the reason Mom's got the wrong idea is because you keep saying stuff like that. The wrong idea? No, 1 second. Big Sis Mayu told me that Mom thinks you don't like her very much. Why? I love all girls equally. You, Amaneshi, Varys-tan, Lukashi, everyone. I told you, you have to knock that stuff off. What are you two talking about? Oh, no, it's nothing. Hey, they've got Omoki and Omukuchi, want some? Holy sake that's offered to the gods. Suzuha was right. If Daru didn't cut back a little, she might never be born. I'd have to talk to him about it later. I mean, if she's already talked to him, it's not much you're gonna add to that, but you know. Anyway, you're always so beautiful, Luca. No, I'm not. Really, really? I still can't believe you're a guy, you know? What? No way, you're a guy? Oh, yes. You're kidding me. Japan really is sophisticated, isn't it? Sophisticated? We'll go with that. Sophisticated. Miss Kitty? What is it, Nya? Where's Big Sis Mayuri? Mayoshi? She was over there with the Omiki. Oh, there she is, Nya. Mayoshi, over here! Ocarina and the others are here, Nya! Mayuri must not have realized we were here, because she came running over with Kagari in tow. She looks weird without the hat, but she's still very happy. Ocarina, Happy New Year's! Happy New Year's, Okabe. I also like how it's the same image, just they were on the right side of it, so it just panned over a little bit. Extreme happiness. Yeah, you too. So, what do you think? Do I look good in this? Huh? Yeah, it looks better than I imagined. Really? I'm glad. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like if Ferris can have cat ears, she can have a hat. Well, the thing is, we see her without a hat sometimes, but we never see her with a different outfit without the hat. If she's got a different outfit, she's got a hat, and if she doesn't have the hat, she already has her basic usual outfit. This is the first time I think we see her no hat, different outfit. Hatless Mayuri is always wrong. Her facial expression went from tense to relieved. You cosplay for special occasions at May Queen Nyan Nyan, right? So why get nervous now? That's for work, so it's different. Technically, you're getting paid. This is for work too. I didn't understand how it could be okay to do it at work and not okay to do it when you weren't at work. And she was getting paid for this, so wasn't this work too? Yeah, see, he gets it. Hey Okabe, how about me? Do I look good? Yeah, you look great. Wow, I'm so glad. Hey, I know, take a picture with me later, okay? A picture? Sure, I guess. Picture's a physical record of something, right? I want to make as many of those as I can right now so I don't forget again. Makes sense. She wasn't just happy because it was New Year's. Over the past few days, she'd gotten a lot more cheerful. At the time, she'd seemed scared because of her lost memories, but this was probably just who she was. As she'd gotten ready for New Year's with Mayuri and Lukako, she started to become her real self again, little by little. Wow, you really do look good, Mayuri. Do I? I'm kind of embarrassed. Ah, come on, you know you love it. Oh, so you're, oh, Kagari Shina. That's right, you have the same name as Mayushi. Crazy Yatsuyu vibes? Cause I'm not getting those vibes, but... Oh, no, never mind. No. Took a second. No, yeah, I got you. I was thinking from the base story, not from the after patches. Yeah, weird coincidence, huh? It wasn't actually a coincidence, though. It's not a coincidence at all. You got a good figure, so I bet you'd be good at cosplay. Oh, I thought so too. Cosplay? Cosplay. You know, right? You have any characters you like? I don't really know a lot about that. Fubuki? Oh, I see, sorry. No, don't worry about it, I'm fine. Hey, Ogrin, come over here. Mayushi will purify you with this. What was it again? That's an onsa, Mayuri. Tool used in Shinto religious rites, made by placing a string of paper streamers at the end of a branch from a sake tree. Sakai tree? It's said that by waving it at a person, the impurities they possess are transmitted from them into the onsa. Okay. That's right, this onsa. First, I need to go pray to the gods, though. You're right. Okay, after that I'll purify you. Pizza indeed. Yep. Gotta have New Year's Shinto priest praying purification pizza. Priest purification pizza. Or priestess purification pizza. It's the 3 New Year's pizza. Yeah, thanks. I washed my hands on the water and prayed at the shrine. Come to think of it, this might have been the first time I'd done this here. What did you wish for? You don't have a happy cast command? That's true, we don't. Always after the Christmas chicken. Oh, world peace, you know. You're such a liar. It was true though. Of course, I knew it wasn't going to come true, and that wishing wouldn't make it better. They're late, come to think of it. The 2 professors. I told them I was visiting the shrine, and they really wanted to come. I told them where it was. Machu. Oh yeah. Yeah, the problem is it's long, so I might have to put it on a timer. Because it's good, but it's long. Huh? Did they get lost somewhere? Dr. Reyes is with him, so they might have stopped somewhere. Once they got here, it was probably going to get even busier. Hey, that's her, right? What? Your girlfriend. It's that Mayuri girl, right? Every single person in this game seems to have an opinion on who Okabe is dating. They're all wrong. Mayuri's not my girlfriend. No way. Then who is it? Nobody. I don't have a girlfriend. Really? With all these cute girls around? Again, that's later. That's the game 3 games from now. Okabe, are you maybe... Oh, don't worry. That stuff doesn't bother me. I finally figured out what she was trying to say. Oh no, it's not that. If he was, Luca would be very happy. Everybody's got a guess, yeah. I see. Then why? Don't you want a girlfriend? You know you were giving Krisu hell for talking about this stuff earlier, right? Oh, come to think of it, I guess humans just hate it when somebody does something to them. But they're more than willing to do it to somebody else. I'll have to think about this. It's not wrong. Oh, Green, I'm gonna wave the Unita at you. Come quick! I'll be right back. Okay. I wonder if it's because of what happened with Krisu. I wonder. I could hear her small whisper, but I pretended that I didn't. I'm sure it has nothing to do with that whatsoever. It was supposed to be a short visit to the shrine. It ended up taking the whole day as we talked and took pictures. We're back, Nya. She had the yaoi pics going on in her mind. Yeah, of course. Whew, these outfits really strain your shoulders. Do they? Never worn a Shinto priestess outfit. When we saw Ferris and Suzuha back in their usual clothes, it finally felt like things were back to normal. Huh? Where are the others? They're not done changing it. They asked us to wait a little longer, yeah? Mayuri, Kagari, and Lukiko hadn't come out yet. Hey, Okarin, you think Mayushi and Kagari are changing in the same room as Lukiko? Nah, they wouldn't, would they? Oh, Luca, can you get this fastener on my back? Alright, I still love Cat Daru, though. Even if it's always something perverted. Cat Daru is great. No, I couldn't. Luca, me too. Maybe. I also like how his Luca voice is just deep. Just, maybe that's what's going on. Oh, that's his voice there. But like, his Luca voice was definitely deeper. It's like, that's not how Luca talks. Maybe that's what's going on there right now. Okabe, is something wrong with this guy? I still think if those two did the Dragon Ball Fusion dance, it would be perfect. It would just be Frau. It'd just be Frau. Right? Right? Those two just fusion, haha, Frau pops out. 100%. The voice sounds exactly the same as the VA who voices several VN characters I know, but it isn't her. Oh, that's gotta be infuriating. Something that's close, but not quite there. The problem is Daru would have to lean way down. Mahu had only met Daru a few times, and already she was starting to be wary of him. Daru may act weird, but he's harmless, don't worry. And he's also a super hacker too, Nya. You mean a hacker, duh. A hacker? Is that true? I shouldn't really be talking about it, but yeah, if you need something, you can just hit me up. I see. Then...
Oh no!
Oh no! The voice actor used like 4 different names. Oh yeah, that's gotta be even harder. Maho's head jerked up in surprise at the sudden voice. I followed where she was looking and saw...
Where? Japanese German girl, どこにいるんだい, Rintaro?
That was such a confusing mess of languages.
Where? Japanese German girl, どこにいるんだい, Rintaro?
It's just the perfect mix of just... Where are the Japanese shaman girls in Lindalo? Dr. Leskinen and Dr. Reyes looked absolutely miserable. Maho said if I came here I could see Japanese shaman girls, but they're gone. Japanese shaman girls? He means the shrine priestesses. Oh, I see. The shrine priestesses are done for the day.
Holy cow! So I said we should come soon.
I don't know why his whole... I don't know why his holy cow got to be so good, but...
Holy cow! So I said we should come soon.
The rest of it's good, but the holy cow is just...
Holy cow!
They were both holding bags from electronics stores. Alright, if we're going to try to get a command from that, hold on. What I gotta do is shut up for a second myself. Do a marker so I can find it later.
Holy cow! So I said we should come soon. Holy cow! Holy cow! Holy cow! Holy cow! Holy cow! Holy cow!
Okay,
So I
I'm
said
sure
we
one of
should
those will be a
come
clear enough
soon.
one I can nab. What did I have this at for volume? Crap, I don't remember what I had it set at. I think it's about there. I might have to adjust volume up or down. They must have done a lot of shopping on the way here.
That's enough.
Next league. No. That's enough. You're both equally at fault. The two of them started to look around the shrine, not even bothering to hide their disappointment. I think it was a little lower. Go about yay. Oh, that works too. We're back, Ocarine. You sure took a while, Mayuri. Yup, Luca's mom gave me a lot of New Year's food. She said we can all eat it together. She kept adding to the pile of food, and so it ended up taking forever. I'm sorry. No, it's fine. Thanks.
Excuse me? ちょっといいですか?
Excuse me, can I ask you something? Yes, can I ask you to wait while I blow my nose? Thank you. There we go. Huh? Oh, yes. How do you worship here? Oh,
First of all, we should purify our hands and mouth there.
I guess they get tourists, so they'd have to know some English for them. What?
I see.
Please come with me. I'll show you how to do.
Good job, Luca. Luca led the two professors off to pray. I wondered if there wasn't some kind of religious problem inherent in all this, but if they were fine with it, it wasn't my place to say anything. What was more important? Wow, I had no idea Luca spoke so much English. Luca's pretty smart, you know. Was he? And Akihabara has a lot of tourists, see? So he says he studies, so he'll be able to answer any questions they have. I just discovered a surprising side to Luca. Also, it looks like Mayuri has bunny ears. Hey, Mayuri, where's Kagari? Huh? She should be out soon. Oh, there she is. Sorry, I took so long. Can't unsee the bunny ears. It's perfect. That was everybody then. Well, you still gotta wait for... I just had to wait for Lucaco to finish.
That's a lot. We had a wonderful experience.
Not at all.
Oh, come on. It's clearly English. Why would you put the text as different from what he said? He clearly said not at all. It's fine. Okay, let's head to the lab. Oh, about that. I'm actually busy after this. What? Yuki, you can't come? I'm sorry, Mayuri. Someone called off at work and they really need me. I see. Okay, I guess you have to then. Like, I get it, because honestly, what they translated it to makes more logical English sense. It makes more sense. But they clearly spoke English. Like, I get you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. The way they translated it is the way that makes more sense to an English-speaking reader. But you can also clearly hear that they said something different, so... Do you go with the one that makes less sense, but it's what they say? Do you go with the one that makes more sense, but doesn't match? It's a little confusing at times, but I get why they do it. More of what it's meant to be. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's more the meaning behind it than the words. I saw that both Dara and Suzuha seemed disappointed too. What will you guys do? I've got something to do after this. Me too. Thanks for everything. It was a day full of splendid discoveries, even if I didn't get to see the shaman girls. That's right, it was very exciting. Yeah, that one was close enough, but at the same time, like, I get why they did it. See you later, Lintello. Do try to say hi to Krisu once in a while. Bye everyone, see you soon.
See you soon.
They smiled and disappeared into the bustling Akihabara streets. The friends we made along the way, clearly. Yes, and the broken English spoken along the way too. Okay, let's get going too. Yeah. We're out looking for the Shaman King. It makes sense, yeah. You gotta find the Shaman King. Even without Yuki, there were still twice as many people as usual heading for the lab. So, once again, Happy New Year's. I was about to say, we haven't seen Nai in a while, but she's still down there. This food your mom made is really good. Jeez, she's made so much, including 2 giant lobsters. Of course. Just happy food times. Where's Oakreen? I guess he's just standing and watching at this rate. He's not actually there. Well, he's there, but he's not in the picture. Also, holy crap, she can use chopsticks with the gloves on. I'm legitimately impressed. I'm passable at chopsticks. Like, I did practice back in high school. I actually tried to get a little better at them, and I'm competent. Like, I can eat a meal with them. I wouldn't call myself talented, but, like, I can eat a meal with them comfortably. But, like, jeez. Yeah, chopstick god. Really? Kagari and I helped too. I'm glad you like it. Yep, well, I really just did the arranging. Far too uncoordinated. I got better at them specifically because we had a homestay student. My high school is paired with a Japanese high school, and they do exchange students. I wasn't in the Japanese program, but my brother was. So late high school, or I think it was actually early college at that rate, we had a student from Japan over. They stayed over, and I've got him right here. As a going away gift, like I believe it's Japanese custom, just give gifts, bring gifts for people. I've got a pair of fairly decent chopsticks. I don't know what they say on them. They have writing in gold on them, and I don't know what it says. I never actually asked. But I felt really bad because at the time, I didn't really know how to use chopsticks, and I was like, this is the one thing they left for me, is a pair of, like, nice chopsticks. I should get better at them. So whenever I went to a restaurant that had chopsticks, I'd use them. I just slowly and surely got a little more comfortable with them. I knew the basics of how to hold a pair of chopsticks, but I wasn't really good. Now I'm better. Like, if it's down to like 2 grains of rice or something, I ain't getting those rice. But like, I could eat a Chinese food meal with chopsticks just fine. If I go to a restaurant and they give me chopsticks, I don't go, oh, can I get a fork? I eat it with the chopsticks. All because that was the gift I got, and I was like, I want to get better with those. Like, that was a gift. That was something really special. Like, gotta get a little better. At least competent was my goal. And I'd call myself competent. I'm sure if I was with somebody who actually, like, grew up using chopsticks, I'd look like a bumbling fool, but I'm comfortable with it. I like this sweet tamagoyaki. It's all rolled up. And this ozuni is just delicious. Suzuha, what did you think? Yep, it's good. Yeah, I'm comfortable with eating a meal with them. It's actually from the New Year's menu at Meikui Nyanya. It's so sticky and delicious. It tastes like Ferristan. Ashida, you really are a pervert, aren't you? Fubuki was barely putting any effort into her comments to Daru anymore. Yeah, it's New Year's Day, obviously. I mean, it's a cat-girl cafe. What else would they call it? A whole day of his perversion must have tired her out. If we were in America, you could sue him for sexual harassment. Say, what are they in New Year's in America? I don't know. Turkey, maybe? Isn't that Christmas? Americans like to party on New Year's Eve, so they don't eat much on New Year's. Beans, maybe? Beans. I should have... I'm not reading that. No, I'm sure it just means beans that were cooked, right? That's not how you eat beans, though. Thanks, Dar. Hashira, you really are a pervert, aren't you? Oh man, that reminds me. I've got a can of baked beans I need to make, but I don't have any. Growing up, I used to have baked beans and hot dogs. As a mature adult, I have baked beans and kibasi. Clearly the superior product. Anybody who says otherwise is wrong. Also, kibasi is just delicious, and I'm biased as hell towards it. Hot dogs are great, but kibasi. Evolution, exactly. Here, Nyan, these glazed chestnuts are really good, Nya. Chestnuts are delicious. And these black beans look like they're very nutritious. Black beans are that? I can't eat all that. You can take your time. Chew thoroughly, okay? You're like a mom, Kagari. Isn't it fun having so many people around, Ocarine? Yeah, you're right. How long had it been since we'd all had this much fun at the lab? No, that was in the Alpha World line. Which means that this may have been the first time in the Beta World line that we've done something like this. Meow, is this the only tea we've got now? The party hadn't started that long ago, but evidently we were already out of tea. No hot pot, because it's a crime, I tell you. Never actually had a hot pot, so I'm passingly aware of it, but I've never had it. My brother only brought sweet drinks. If they have no tea, then let them drink soda. I don't know if I want to drink soda on New Year's. Alright, Daru. Daru and I will go buy some. I couldn't let the girls go. Oh, Fubuki and I will go. Me too? Hot potless existence, yeah. I had Korean barbecue once in the city, and it was okay. It was expensive. But that could be in part because it's an experience, and it was the city. Other than that, I've never had hot pot. They were nice enough to invite us. It's the least we could do. I guess so. Okay, bye. I can just get whatever, right? Other than that, don't matter. Alright. I see. Thanks. It's a big help. There was a very brief silence after Kaede and Fubuki left, but then someone's phone rang. Sorry, it's mine. She took out her phone and checked the screen, then looked at me. Hey, Okabe? Can I access Amadeus right now? Huh? The call's from her. Awkward. And it would make for really good data if I could see how she reacts to a situation like this, can I? Well... Hey, Maho, what's Amadeus? I like the way she says Amadeus. Mayuri continues to be the best. The next thing I knew, the call from Krisu had stopped and instead everyone was listening to us. It's an artificial intelligence that incorporates a specific individual's memory data. Knows all, sees all. Mayu is omnipotent, clearly. An AI, yeah? AI stands for Ancient Intelligence. In other words, the great lost wisdom of ages past. Yeah. I also like the paw point. You can tell it's pointing, but it's still just a paw. It's good. Yes, both Mayuri and Ferris are equally the best. Stands for Artificial Intelligence. It's a program that thinks and learns on its own. But if it incorporates a specific person's memories, doesn't that mean it's a copy of them? What we're trying to find out right now is whether it's a copy or not. And that's Amadeus. Wow, I had no idea you were making something like that. Ancient alien intelligence. Luca, do you know what she's talking about? Or what he's talking about? No, I'm afraid I don't. It'd be easier to just show you, but... She glanced over at me. As long as you don't point the camera towards me. Alright. She sighed and reached towards the icon on the smartphone with her finger. Excuse me. What? You can run it on a smartphone? It's actually running on a university server. We just made it so you can use this as an access point. And hiccup constantly, apparently. Daru was staring down at the screen with stars in his eyes. As soon as I heard the voice from her phone... Come on, Maho, why won't you pick up? What? Ooh, wow. What? You're not Maho? Who are you? Mate, I'm Itaru Hashida. Feel free to call me Itaru if you want, preferably with your eyes turned upwards and your cheeks slightly reddened. She's gonna lead with full Daru power? No, to be fair, that's only like quarter Daru power. Why would I call your name when I don't even know you? Who are you anyway? Sorry to scare you. Oh, Maho, who is this? His name's Hashida. He's a friend of Okabe's. It's New Year's today, right? So I'm at his lab having a party with his friends. Right, Okabe, that cold, uncaring man. You should probably avoid hanging out with him too much, otherwise he might abandon you someday. Now. There was ice in our words. He must have been really mad. Well, I guess I could understand why.
というわけで紹介するわ。
So anyway, I'll introduce you all. This is Amadeus, an AI with the personality and memories of Krisu Makase. What? Krisu Makase? You mean the Krisu Makase? The Hashira family's voices rose in unison. That's right, those two knew about Krisu, and they knew what happened to her.
マキセクリスさん。
Wasn't Krisu Makase murdered at the radio building in July? Yeah,
マキセ。
Krisu Makase. So this is her. Oh, so you all know the original me, do you? Oh, well, yeah, I suppose. Don't let it bother you. I know what happened to my original. Oh, you do? That was easier said than done. Grim has the ticket? Oh, cool. I'm sure they'll notice too, but it's better for me to just pop it in there. Before I forget. Da-da-da-da. Edit message. Grim now has 3 tickets, and it was 4K hours? Yep, 4K, jeez. 4K hours. Cool, cool. It has been set. Oh yeah, you're right, because the angle. She's taller, but it's closer than you might think. Or I think isn't everybody like sitting down at this rate? Like aren't they all sitting around the table though? 4K hours, that's a lot of hours, yeah. Hey, is this a video game? And I seem to be the only one who didn't get what's going on. But for now, I was glad of that. Her words broke the tension that was building up in the room. I'm not a video game, I'm an AI. I talk and think on my own, just like you do. Wait, is this really an AI, Nya? That's amazing, Nya! Coming after potions, though, there's no escape. Maho's the one who's amazing. She made me. Everyone was staring in awe at Krisu, and she answered their questions. I started to regret this. I shouldn't have let Krisu talk here. I shouldn't have made them all remember Krisu. I needed to end this conversation as soon as possible.
Hiyajo-san.
Hiyajo?
あら、
Huh? The second I spoke, Maho emitted a small cry of surprise. What's wrong?
アマデウスがいきなり
Amadeus
消え
just
てしまったの。
disappeared. Maybe the app crashed. That happens sometimes. Oh, wow. Yeah, but I tried restarting it and couldn't connect to the servers. Maybe they're doing a server update? Wow, indeed. If so, nobody told me about it.
ここのネット回線
Looks like I can still get a data
落ちてないみたいなんだけど。
connection here. God damn it, Ferris. Ferris had tried and succeeded to connect her own smartphone to the web.
おかしいわね。
That's strange. This has never happened before.
ねえ、岡部さん。
Hey, Okabe, can you try on your phone?
いや、
No,
こ
I
れは
don't think Krisu likes me, but before I could end my sentence, I heard a crash. I'm sorry. Gari had evidently dropped a glass. Little fragments were spread out all over the floor.
お姉ちゃん。
Are you okay? You look pale.
え
Yeah, thanks. I'm just a little tired, maybe.
でも
Oh,
平
but
気。
I'm fine. Sorry, I'll clean up right away.
すぐに片付けるから。あ、かがりさん。
You just stay
じっ
put,
としてて
Gari. I'll clean it up.
僕が片付けますか。
It was in that instant that Luca stood up to get the broom that I heard the sound. Huh? Nobody move! Armed men stormed into the room out of nowhere. Nobody knew what was going on. What? Nya? They were all wearing strange masks. Yeah, they were. They were all holding guns. Some of them had assault rifles. What is this? Some kind of surprise? The sight brought that nightmare back to me. Okabe cannot escape pain. Just can't. Larry's brutal murder, which I'd seen again and again and again and again. Thought I was okay now. I thought everything was over. Was this because of the world line changing 2 weeks ago? Mayuri. Quiet. Mayuri's going to die again. Queen, I'm scared. I said stay quiet. Ah, a warning shot into the floor. A bang. A black hole in the floor. It's okay, that was just a warning shot. It was enough to snap everyone out of their terror. Is that real? Kabe, No, don't do anything to take them off. They were serious. They'd kill anyone they didn't need without mercy. Suzuha. What was Suzuha doing? It was no good. Naya was clinging to her legs and keeping her from moving. No, maybe there were just too many of them for her to do anything about. I had to do something, but my legs were shaking too much for me to manage anything helpful. Just stay calm, everyone. It's not that easy, man. Just calm down and do what they want. I've gone through this more times than I could count, but it was still all I could do to speak. But evidently my desperation had gotten through to them because they stopped panicking, clumped together, and simply waited for the intruder's next move. I heard the sound of heels from behind the armed men. A woman's footsteps coming up the stairs. Was it here? Monika Kiryu, is it you? I think it was supposed to be her, but whatever. Are you going to kill Mayuri again? But what appeared from beyond the door was a woman with riding suit. A woman in black. She wore a skin-tight motorcycle suit and a black helmet. The black visor was pulled down, and I couldn't see her face. It had to be her, though. But if it was, what do they want? Last time it was me, Daru, and Krisu. But Krisu was gone. Did that mean they were after Maho? The woman silently looked around the room and then walked over to us and reached out her hand. Huh? She grabbed Kagari's arm and yanked her forward. They were after Kagari? But why her? No, there was only one reason they'd want her. Did they know then? That Kagari was from the year 2036? No, let me go! Kagari struggled, but that woman was stronger than she imagined, and she was easily pulled away. No, save me, somebody! Mayuri, help me! Mayuri and Kagari reached out their hands, but they both grabbed nothing but air. Understanding is for the weak. What do I do? What should I do? I moved, Mayuri would... everyone would... Then, did I have to just watch as she was taken away? There was suddenly a scream from near the door. Ugh. By the time I looked over, the second man was already falling to the floor. Hey, what the hell's going on here? Franchi! Damn it! Before he could turn his gun around, Tenoji had grabbed his hand and twisted it upwards. The muscles ain't just for show, yo. I heard the dull sound of snapping bone. The man seemed unsure of how to handle this sudden intruder. Yeah, pretty unsure. One of the men decided to run towards us. Huh? He reached for what looked like the weakest member of our... Oh, ooh. Normally, this would have been the right choice, but this time, it was the worst choice he could have made. With speed that you would never imagine from someone so huge, Tenoji closed the gap between himself and that man in an instant, slamming him into the wall. When they saw him bounce off and hit the floor, the others became deathly pale. And then Suzuha, whose legs were now free of Naya's grasp, moved as well. Yeah, he might actually be dead. At least unconscious. A thin, muscular leg, the exact opposite of what you'd expect to see from Daru's daughter, lashed upwards straight for the motorcycle suit woman's neck. The woman blocked the kick with her arm at the last moment, but when she moved her hand to block, she let go of Kagari. I reached out my hand and quickly pulled her close. Well, realizing the tide had turned slightly, the woman leaped out of the lab in an instant, clutching her injured arm. The other attackers followed suit, carrying their injured fellows. In a moment, the chaos was replaced with silence. Oh, Korean? Mayuri's quivering voice brought me back to reality. Mayuri, are you okay? Yeah. What about the rest of you? You okay? You're not hurt. Daru, Suzuha, Ferris, Lukuko, Nai, Maho, Kagiri. Their faces were drained of color, but none of them seemed hurt. It's okay. It's okay now. Daddy will keep you safe now. When they saw the Tenochi family clinging to each other, everyone finally sighed with relief. But still... Hey Okabe, tell me what the hell's going on. Who are those people? Like we know. No, I don't know. I didn't. At first I thought they were with CERN, but if they were, there was no reason for Tenoji to be here. Yugo Tenoji was actually FB, the leader of the Akihabara Rounders. We're training. Of course, it was possible that someone was working for FB, Moeka for example, had acted without his knowledge. Everyone tensed as the door opened again. We're back. I brought us a lot of drinks. Sorry we're late. Fubuki kept adding more stuff to the cart. Huh? What happened, guys? You all look so scared. Thanks for taking me home.
Yeah.
That's fine. Of course, after that, the New Year's party was cancelled. I knew Mayuri had been really looking forward to it, but none of us were up for partying after that. Told everyone I'd give them an explanation another day. For now, I decided to send them home for safety's sake. Everyone but the Tenojis walked with me to the station. Those who were taking the train home split up with us there, and the rest came with me to Yanabayashi Shrine. Daru, Suzuha, Lukako, and Kagari were the only ones left. Just get here safe, nya? I assume that means home, but still. We can't even respond, it's just a get home safe. Thanks, Ferris. Nobody followed us? Don't worry, I watched carefully, but I didn't see anything strange. I see. I hadn't seen anyone suspicious at Akihabara Station either. Oh, maybe she said got home. Got home safe, okay, yeah. So they're just letting people know in Ikebukuro. Okay, so it's actually sounding off of like, hey, we're safe. Okay. Thank you. Okay, gotcha, I missed that. I hadn't seen anyone suspicious at Akihabara either. If they were CERN rounders, I would have expected to see them everywhere. I told the ones who'd taken the train to go straight home and contact me when they got there. Several of them already had. They made it home just fine. Mayushi made it home fine. Good. Oh, told Mayuri in particular to send me stickers on Ryan at regular intervals. I like that the line breaks are Upas. She'd been doing that, so she was probably okay. That didn't mean I was out of the woods yet. She's going to send stickers forever now. Oh, no problems. Do you think they were really after me? Probably. Think they know who Kagari-tan is? I'd bet they do. I didn't know if they were with CERN yet, but it was safe to assume that they knew Kagari was from the future, and that's why they attacked her. I'm sorry, I put you all in danger because of me. It's not entirely your fault. She was brought here from the future at a young age, and then she went missing. She was another victim of fate like me. But are you sure we don't want to go to the police? I'm sorry, but not yet. Maho and the others had asked me the same thing, but I'd managed to get them to hold off. Part of the problem was that I didn't think they'd believe us, but the biggest issue was Kagari. I mean, have Mr. Brown go with you. What are they going to do? Not believe him? I mean, yes, he has other reasons too, but if it was just simply a matter of will they believe us, you have a verifiable adult, and if he goes in there like, hey, I own this building, people stormed in with guns, stop this, I think they'd listen. I think they'd be afraid, actually, and then they'd listen. If we told them we were after Kagari, we'd have to explain who she was. We couldn't tell them the truth, and even if we did, they wouldn't believe us. So, what now? Can't say no to the prod. Yeah. I assume so, like his friend picked him up. Like, I don't think anybody here was going to stop them from leaving. If guys with guns want to leave the area, I think you just let them go. So I don't think they sprinted out. I think it was more of a injured limp away. There's nothing we can do until we find out who they are. That's just what I assume, at least. Then you want us to figure out by ourselves? How? Well, to be honest, I had no clue. The world was full of groups who wanted a functioning time machine, if they knew it existed. Russia, America, China, and even Japan. If I couldn't find out who they were, the same thing was likely to happen again. I'll come up with something tomorrow. Anyway, Lukako, I need your help with something. Yes, what is it? Can Suzuha stay with you too? Huh? You want me to stay with Brother Luca? Yeah, I thought about sending Kagari somewhere else, but there are more people here and the security is better. They had security systems to keep people from vandalizing the place and robbing the donations boxes. Just taking a quick look around, I could see that there were cameras. And this was Kagari's idea to begin with. You'd rather stay here too, right, Kagari? Yeah. I could understand that. She was already in an unstable state after losing her memories, even before what happened today. If you're here, everyone will feel safer. Of course, we'll need her parents' permission, though. I'm sure Dad would love it. That was certainly true. I don't mind either. I can stay here too if you want. You go home, brother. Aww. Watching them talk made me think that things were slowly returning to normal. Lukako and Kagari's expression softened a little. Daru's usual antics had come in handy for once. Okay, thanks. Call me right away if something happens. Understood. Daru and I left Kagari to the two of them and headed back to the lab. Hey, that really happened, didn't it? Yeah. It wasn't some kind of candid camera thing. It was real, wasn't it? Real? Yeah, that was real. I'd experienced it so many times before. Screams and the smell of gunpowder. What's wrong, Ocarine? Sorry, I must have finally relaxed because I'm not feeling so good. Been so focused on seeing everyone home safely that I hadn't had time to think about it, but with that done, the memories came flooding back. Memories of last July. It's okay, I'm with you. Want to take a little rest? I feel Daru's huge hand rubbing my back. Strangely, made me feel a little better. Thanks, I'm okay now. Don't push yourself too hard, man. Yeah. Started to walk towards the lab again, and Daru followed me, worried. Hey, Ocarine? This is something to do with the time machine, doesn't it? Yeah. Is this also that Choice of Steins Gate thing? Choice of Steins Gate. You know, that was a really embarrassing name for it. Ocarine. Was it going to keep following me forever, no matter how much I tried to look away or run? Just wanted to live in peace. Was that even that too much to ask? Ocarine, hang on to my shoulder. What? You're barely walking straight here. I'm fine. Come on, man, just do it. Daru. You're creepy. It's a lot creepier to see you acting like a normal human being, man. Thanks. Don't worry about it. Yeah, he's gone full normal. He goes out drinking with classmates after college classes. Luca Urashibara was sad. He'd been sad for a long, long time. Been a long time since he'd met Rintaro Okabe, become friends, and began to visit the Future Gadgets lab. Itaro Hashira, his classmate Mayuri Shina, and the other lab members all treated him as a friend. That by itself made him happy. He was just an ordinary shy boy, and they accepted him anyway. He was very grateful for that. But still, he'd always felt like he was being left out. He knew they were hiding something from him. That made him sad. But what made him sadder was that he couldn't bring himself to ask them about it. You're not going to sleep? Well, what about you, Amane? I didn't think you'd still be awake. Got a lot to think about. I see. Yeah, I mean, understandable. Even Luca could tell that a lot meant she was thinking about what happened today. The New Year's party, the mysterious men who'd burst into the lab. They were holding guns. Not plastic model guns, real guns. From Luca's perspective, it was a mystery how they'd even gotten them into Japan, but they were real anyway. They'd had real guns in their hands, and they'd pointed them at him and the others. It hadn't seemed real then, but now the very thought made him shiver. If any of them had squeezed their index fingers just a little, he, Luca, wouldn't be here right now. Kagari Shina moaned softly in her sleep. She must have been really tired after everything that had happened today. She'd gone to sleep almost immediately after she lay down, and her short breaths had soon changed into moans. I think the wording of that is not what they were aiming for, but yeah. She's not having a good time. As opposed to what they were implying, which was that she was having a great time. Was she dreaming of her mother? Mommy. Mommy Mayuri. Even that didn't surprise Luca much. She started calling out that name in her sleep several days ago. Kagari Shina, Mayuri Shina. At first he just thought it was a coincidence that they had the same last name, but... He almost spoke, then stopped. Twitter feed at the moment? What's happening on Twitter? There was so much he wanted to ask, but couldn't. Handling chocolate. Oh, of course, because it's Valentine's Day. Anime girl eating chocolate. Yeah, that makes sense. We wanted courage. Well, it's going to be Valentine's Day at least. Just a little. The courage to ask them to tell him. Maximum chocolate. He reached under his pillow and felt something hard. It was a cheap toy sword, the kind you could buy at any store. But it was his treasure. He held the hilt tighter. Can I ask you something? Making chocolate. What? Because of Tokumeki Memorial, I now know the phrase Giri Choko. And what that means, because I watched a 6-hour video about Tokumeki Memorial. I am aware of this now. Susuha sat up and looked straight at him. He was only barely able to stop himself from looking away. I mean, for what it's worth, I regret no part of that video. Watching all 6 hours of it. Hell, I watched all 10 hours of Cyberpunk's video. I watched it all. Okay? Okay? I didn't do this the pick a route. I just watched the playlist. Because it is a good video. I do not understand how somebody could make videos in that way, but it works for him. But like, man, I made like a 2-minute video for Halloween when I got that sponsorship from Koei Tecmo. And like, that took like so much time. Like, I actually wrote out a small script. Again, it was like a 2-minute video. It was not a big script, but I was like, oh man, like I wrote this out. Like, he writes like 6-hour things. I don't even know how you start to edit something 6 hours. I don't even know how you start to write a 6-hour-long script. It boggles the mind. Yeah, that's true. There's a reason he puts out like 2 videos a year. That's understandable. He was only barely able to stop himself from looking away. If he did, he wouldn't be able to ask anything. Oh, didn't mean that one. He touched the toy sword once more and slowly opened his mouth to speak. Amine, why did you call Okabe Uncle Okarin? Why do you call Mayuri Big Sis Mayu? Why do you call Ferris Big Sis Rumi? Why do you call me Brother Luca? When she says Mama Mayuri, she's talking about Mayuri, isn't she? Why does she call her that? I know I shouldn't be saying this, but I think it's better that you don't know. You're just trying to keep me out of everything again? I want to know what's going on too. I want to share in what all of you are going through. Brother Luca, will you tell me? She looked him straight in the eyes for a moment silently. Luca simply waited. I think I understand the reason why Uncle Kareem doesn't tell you anything. Reason why? All in one take, obviously. Yeah, there's no other way to do a 6-hour-long video. He wants you to stay completely a part of this world. He wants you to be the one person who only knows the world as it is right now. I think that's what saves him. I'm what saves him. Yeah. But that's... Now that she told him that, he couldn't ask any more questions. Did Rintaro Okabe really think that? He didn't even know. In the end, he would never know anything, and that only made him sadder. The next day, after the attack. Okay, so this day there is going to be a point where we have to make a new save. Okay. Next day after the attack. I'd arrived just a little before I was supposed to, but the person I was meeting was already there.
お待たせしましたにゃ。
It's all set, Nyan.
ありがとう。
Thanks.
近くの席には
I'll
しば
keep
ら
the
く
seats near
誰
you
も
empty
座
for a
らせない
while,
よう
so
にする
talk as
から。
much as you like, Nyan.
助かる。
It's good to have somebody on the inside. Thanks. I sipped some fresh coffee as I observed the person in front of me. Moika Kiryu. Farrah's absolutely OP, especially in her own element, but like, her element is Akihabara, is the thing. The entirety of Akihabara. It's concentrated in this one building, yes, but like, it's kind of the whole place. She was as expressionless as ever, and there was no way to tell what she was thinking.
話
What did you want to talk about?
腕の調子はどう？
How's your arm?
腕
My arm?
あ
Yeah, is it okay now?
あ、もう大丈夫なの
The
か。
girl in the motorcycle suit yesterday. She blocked Suzue's kick with her arm. Suzue told me later that her kick had landed pretty hard, and whoever had probably gotten hurt. Excuse me. If that was Moika,
何を言って
I don't know what you're talking about.
そうか。
I see. How do you ask somebody to prove that their arm doesn't hurt in a casual manner? I still didn't know if Moika was innocent.
腕を
Can I see your
見せて
arm?
もらっ
腕
My arm?
あ
Yeah, roll up the arm of your left
あ、
sleeve,
左の腕
please.
の
どうして
Why?
ダメ
Because I'm an arm perfect, clearly. Is it a problem? Moika sighed, as if she were annoyed. I mean, she didn't seem upset or worried at all. So we should be able to... again, it's a spoiler-free walkthrough, and all it says is just... save again on January 2nd. It is. Try to ignore calls from this point on. So I think we're fine to... Hold on. Let's make a save, though, that we lock in over here, just in case we muck something up. We should be fine for Ryan, but it says specifically don't answer calls. Text should be fine. Yeah, I'm assuming the same. Ocarine, big trouble! What's up? Can it wait? Sorry, I can't help with that. No, that's the only one answer here. You remember what happened yesterday, right? No, I forgot. So I was just talking with Naya and Ryan, and then she told me about her dreams for the future. Nice dreams, huh? What were they? First one, she wants to get good at badminton. I don't know if that happens. You said first, does that mean there's a second? Second, she wants to get good at fighting games. She does. She gets very good at fighting games. Third, she wants to decorate the Braun Tube workshop so it looks pretty. I can only assume that one happens. Fourth, she wants a telescope. So she's interested in space, you say? Huh. I'm sure that won't go anywhere. Is that a dream? She says lately she's liked looking at the stars. She must have gotten it from you. That's a good one, too. She seems like she's interested in space. Naya's strong. She's a very strong girl. You're right. Oh, Mayushi's okay, too. Good. Glad we didn't miss that one. She didn't seem upset or worried at all. And that made me worried. Why was she so calm? Moika rolled up her sleeve like I asked her to. Her skin was a deathly pale white. There was nothing else. There were no bruises, no traces of her trying to hide something with foundation. Of course, there were also no bandages.
ありがとう。
Thanks. You can put your sleeve back. Moika tilted her head just a little and rolled her sleeve back down. The girl in the motorcycle suit wasn't Moika. This wasn't a big surprise. I'd already assumed that she wasn't. Come to think of it, Moika knew that Kagari Shino was with us a long time ago. There was no need to attack when so many people were around. Moika had nothing to do with this. Knowing that for sure was progress. Nobody knows anything ever, but that left me with a new problem. Who was the woman in the motorcycle suit then? I'm a fool. I know nothing. Yes, yep. In order to allay Moika's suspicions, I asked her for a report on her research and told her to keep it up. Then I said goodbye and headed to my next destination. This was my next destination. It took real dedication to open a store like this on the 2nd of January. Took a deep breath, steeled myself, and went inside.
失礼します。
Excuse me. Ah, you're finally here. He sounded like he was waiting for me. You came to explain what happened yesterday, right?
それもあります。
That's part of it. Noji had been really pushy about last night, so I told him I'd explain today. So, what was all that about yesterday?
その前に
Before we get to that, I want to check
一つ
something.
確認したい
What happened last night? That wasn't you. Was it? Tenoji always looked angry, but now he looked even more pissed off. Me? What the hell is that supposed to mean? Why would I send those guys after you? You don't know? Of course I don't. Because... checked to see that Naya was nearby before I spoke. Because you're a rounder, Mr. Ferdinand Brown, or should I call you FB? Carl Ferdinand Brown, 1850 to 1918, German, winner of the 1909 Nobel Prize in Physics, inventor of the Braun tube. It was salty, obviously. Obviously. That's why I gotta protect the neck so the head doesn't pop off. His expression quickly turned blank. You bastard. Daddy? Naya must have sensed the change in her dad's mood because she turned towards him. What's wrong? What do you mean? You look so scary for a moment. Did I? Daddy's the same as ever, see? Yeah. So be a good girl and go outside. No, stay there and watch TV, okay? Okay. We'll play Daily Premonition one day. You'll see how similar something is. Okay, okay. Oh, Daily Premonition sounds like it would be fun. It's one of those games that I've been meaning to play just for the goofiness of it all. There's 2 of them now, right? For a little while at least. Naya still seemed concerned, but did as she was told and sat in the chair in front of the CRT TV. The TV was playing a New Year's comedy program. I figured you wouldn't want your daughter knowing. Tenoji said nothing, but motioned for me to sit in a chair away from her. Instead of his usual yelling, he was ice cold. Switch exclusive. Fair enough. Started sweating despite the winter chill. I can't imagine why. This man could break you in half if he chose to. But now that I brought it up, it was too late to do anything about it. I sat down in the small seat, legs tense. I was ready to run at any moment. You wouldn't make it. Where the hell did this come from, kid? You can't talk your way out of it. Talk my way out of it? I really don't know what the hell you're going on about. What the hell is this FB anyway? Some kind of new SNS? Social networking service. These are community-oriented websites of varying forms, such as registration-based or invitation-only. These sites include functions that make it easier to communicate with others on the internet. I know that you're a CERN rounder. His eyes felt like they were boring a hole in me. They were completely different from the eyes of the ordinary Tenoji I knew, man. Knowing that this man could, yeah, they were the eyes of, this man could kill you with so little effort. A cold killer who wasn't even trying to hide his murderous intent. Guess it doesn't hurt to ask, where did you find this out? I don't need to tell you. Don't let him intimidate you. You're in control here. He's massively intimidating. You're not. Come on, tell me. You wouldn't have come here if you weren't ready for this. You wouldn't believe me even if I did. Don't be like that. Let's just have a little chat. God knows I'm not getting any customers today. This man worked for CERN. He was a rounder. What those rounders did to me and the others in the other world line, I would never forget that. But Tenoji probably didn't work for CERN willingly. He probably had his reasons. At least that's how I had felt in the Alpha world line. Yeah. Oh yeah, that happened too. Of course, the Beta world line might be different. In this world, he never met Suzu Hashida. How much of an effect that had on his life, I don't know. Tenoji was staring at me, not moving a muscle. Depending on what I said, he was ready to kill me without a word. That's what his body language seemed to convey. Fine, I'll tell you then. See if you believe it. And this is how we get our next game over, right here. Just it just pans back to just a bloody smear on the floor. Huh, world lines, huh? I don't believe it. That's what I told you when we started. And it doesn't matter if you believe it or not. What's important is that I know who you are. That's right. He admitted it. What you're saying is almost completely accurate. You know things only I'm supposed to know. It's goddamn creepy, to be honest. By making Tenoji admit who he really was, I could assume I'd won the first round of this conversation. This is when things got hard. Really, here is where it got hard. I know that CERN demands absolute secrecy, and that they kill you not only if you fail in your mission, but if you succeed too. CERN had always ensured that their rounders died, and then they'd killed Mayuri too. You know that too, then... He slowly stood up. But this has nothing to do with your mission. I barely managed to squeak out the words. It's the same with your secrets. There was no leak. I know them from the start. I knew them from the start. So there's no need for you to be punished. Am I wrong? Bullshit. Noji's face was right in front of me. His green eyes were boring into me and I couldn't even move. But I guess you're right. CERN never told me to look for this IBM 5100 thing and never told me to bring you to them. If they didn't tell me, there's no need for me to do it. And if you don't tell anyone I'm around her, that's the end of that. No problem. Kunoji was looking past me towards Nai, who was still watching TV. His eyes had changed from those of a beast to those of a parrot. So, what is it? You told me all this because you want something, right?
実は
I actually want your help with
あな
something.
たに頼みたいこと
Kunoji silently waited for me to continue.
椎名かがり
I
は
want you to protect Kagari Shina, the girl that was attacked last night. Who's after her and
わ
why?
かりません
I don't know. Then I can't do it.
娘を巻き込みたくない
Because you don't want to involve your daughter? I guess you do know, then you never should have brought it up.
すでに一度
She's already involved, isn't she? Do you think what happened last night isn't going to happen again? You're using Nai as a hostage? Oh man, hold on. I want to see what they flashed there. I'm going to go frame by frame later. I want to see what they flashed. I'll kill you, you little bastard. They flashed something. I don't think it was just a flash of white. I think there was an image there. I could be wrong. It might have just been a flash of white. I'm going frame by frame later. Stay calm. Lose it here and it's all over.
協力し合おう
I'm saying we should work together.
ですよ
Work together, huh? Oh, don't worry. Like, I can clip it later. Like, there's a lot of downsides to me, isn't there? Well, considering I've been rewatching Dragon Ball Abridged, I'm pretty sure what I'm thinking they're flashing is not what they're flashing. Pretty sure that's not what they're actually flashing.
そんなことないよ。
That's not true. Suzuha came into the store along with...
すみません。
Excuse me.
かがり
Kagari? Just white, okay. Well, rip. Again, I was watching Dragon Ball Abridged lately, and whenever somebody uses Solar Flare, they sneak in like one frame of something really weird. Like, a character early on references like, just saw, like, they reference like seeing like Frieza in a bikini or something like that, and just like from then on, every time somebody uses Solar Flare, they sneak in just one frame of something like that. So I was like, did they do something, or is it just blank white?
鈴葉
Suzuha, you were listening? See, now that you have a problem, because now more people know.
例えば、
For instance, if you were to hire Kagari and I to work here, you wouldn't have
目
to
を離
leave.
さなくてもよくない
True, it was close to the lab and probably safer. You could protect them while protecting Nai. It'd be faster for you to get the hell out. Nai and I wouldn't have anything to worry about then.
あなたたち親子は
You two saw the faces of the attackers last night. You know what that means, don't you? There was a chance they might try to kill everyone who saw their faces.
私は戦闘の
I've
経
got
験があ
combat
る
experience. I know how to use a gun. You saw that yesterday. So I can help. Tanoji rubbed his temples and thought for a moment, but...
お父さん
Daddy? Nai, who'd been watching the TV the whole time, suddenly interrupted.
私
I don't know what's going
昨
on,
日みたいな
but yesterday was scary. I don't want that to happen again.
怖いからも
Nai,
うお父さんが守って
I was really happy when you protected me, but when I thought about you getting hurt, it made me even more scared.
鈴葉お姉ちゃんは
Big Sis Suzuha is really strong, and she protected me yesterday. I actually believe
かばってくれ
that he could just flex off bullets. I actually believe he could just take one or two by sheer muscle mass. The third would probably get him. Third would get him. But like, yeah, Kiryu just like flex it off. Didn't I understand what we were saying? Like, Suzuha would dodge them point blank.
お姉ちゃんたちと一緒がいい
Braun would just tank it. I want to be with them. Tanoji scratched his head and then spoke briskly. Just so you know, the two of you are splitting the pay.
渋いね
Drink an energy drink, exactly, cold. If you got a problem with it, then you can find another job. No, thank you, sir.
お父さん
Naya gave her dad a hug. This was a good sign. If Tanoji was on our side, I could probably keep Kagari
あ
safe.
りがとうございます
Thank you. It ain't for you, it's for Naya. End result's still good. Naya was already happily chattering away with Kagiri and Suzuha. As Tanoji watched, his eyes were those of a father again. Anyway, that's how we'll handle it here. Okabe, you find out who these guys were. Otherwise, there's nothing I can do. Got it?
わかりました
Got it. Never killed anyone like Kiryu, too. Yeah, exactly. He definitely just knocked that guy out. It's one thing to say it, but honestly, I had no clues at all. To be fair, by the rules set down by the Rounders and whatnot, I don't think he's directly killed anyone but himself in that one world line. He may have given the order for someone else to do it, but he didn't kill them. I turned to go up the stairs to the lab when Tenochi seemed to remember something. Alright, those guys were calling out some weird number. Number? I think it was, yeah, K6205 or something like that? K6205. Was it some kind of code? The bastards were pronouncing it 5 instead of 5.
どこかの鉛
しかも5を5って発音してやがった。
ってことですか。
Slight difference, I guess. So they had some kind of accent, you mean?
そうじゃねえ。
No, that's not it. It's phonetic code, military jargon. Method of pronouncing letters used to avoid being misunderstood on wireless channels.
軍
隊
Military.
それも
And it's a Western code, too.
やっと来たじゃ
Oh,
ん。
there you are, Ocarine. Came straight up to the lab where most of the people who were here yesterday had gathered. Maho was busy with a
Yeah?
problem Amadeus was having, and she was the only one who couldn't come.
みんな
Got it, yeah.
大丈夫か。あんなことがあった
I
ば
was
かり
like,
な
see, it's
のに
nothing. Yeah, Ramen said the same thing. If both of you are saying it looks just white. You guys all getting together like this after what just happened?
その
What just happened is what we're here to talk
そ
about.
れに
And Hashida said it would be safer to meet in the same place instead of moving.
橋田さんが
They're not dumb enough to attack when we've got our guard up, especially not in the middle of the day.
バラバラでいるより
It's safer to have everyone together and split up. Maybe they were right. Whoever they were, it was hard to imagine them starting something in Akihabara, Japan in the middle of the day.
とにかく皆
Would
さん
have been so good. Oh,
無
would
事で
have,
よかったです
yeah. I'm just glad we're all safe.
さあ
Thank you for coming, Yuki. No, I was really worried after hearing about what happened last
話を聞い
night.
て心配だったから
Yuki wasn't here during the attack, but she'd come to see how we were doing.
でも
I still can't believe something that scary could happen in Japan, though. Even outside of Japan, it's not something you'd see every day. That's something you'd hopefully never see. That was true. Nobody who lived a normal life would ever see it. Enhanced. It's just the white screen just gets whiter. Resolution triples. It's still just a blank white screen at triple the resolution. That's what normal meant.
あの
I hate to be going when you just got here, but I have work after this. Sure,
気
don't
にし
worry
ない
about
で
it.
くれ。
皆さんの顔が見れて
Happy to see you're all
安心
safe,
しま
but
した
you still can't let your guard down, so be careful.
まだ油断の
Yeah,
禁物
危ない。
watch out. Well, Yuki almost slipped as she walked past me. I grabbed her arm to hold her up. Ow.
お
Oh,
おい
sorry.
あ
No, I tripped and hurt my arm there when I was at the station
昨
yesterday.
日駅で転んで怪我しちゃって
She rubbed the arm I'd grabbed, embarrassed.
その時も
Another
何
time
も
when
な
I
いところ
trip,
で転んじゃった
another time when I
んでし
trip
ょ
on nothing at all. I hate being so
気
clumsy.
をつけて
Take care, Yuki.
ねありがとうそれじゃ
I don't know what you're
皆さ
talking
んも
about.
気をつけて
Thanks. Okay, everybody. See you. I don't know what? No. The door closed and I could hear footsteps trail off in the distance. 2 days off work in a row, right after New Year's, huh? Yeah, sounds like she works retail.
どうしたん
What's wrong,
い
Ocarine?
や
Nothing. The way she hurt her arm was the left arm, same place the woman in the motorcycle suit had gotten hit. But there's no way.
それじゃあ早速
Alright,
ですけど
Ocarine, can you tell us what happened yesterday?
昨日のあの出来事について
Fubuki was a little more
説明
chipper
して
than
もらって
Mayuri
い
and
いです
Luca.
か
She and Kaede had gone shopping, so they'd missed the attack. That was probably why they were lucky not to have encountered any of the escaping
そう
attackers.
だな。
Okay, so, first
じ
thing,
ゃあまず
recap. Daru and I had spent hours discussing how much to tell them. After all that, I couldn't just play it off like nothing had happened. The only ones who knew about the time machine were Daru, Ferris, and Mayuri. Was it okay to tell Luca, Fubuki, and Kaede? And then Maho. If she knew that Krisu had completed a time machine theory, she'd definitely be interested. Smidgen. In the end, the conclusion I'd come up with was...
ということなの
So that's what happened.
つまりかがりさん
In
は
other words, you
記
think
憶を
Hikari
失
may
って
have
い
been
る
involved in
間
some
に
sort of crime when she had
何らかの犯罪
amnesia?
おそらくな。
Excuse me. That's my guess.
だったら
Then why don't we go to the police?
それはその
Because, she was really scared of the police. It's possible that they could be involved in it
警
too.
察のこと
This all just doesn't feel right. Of course it doesn't. I was basically telling them that I didn't know anything. But even if I was hiding a lot of the truth, the fact remains that it was mostly correct. So what we learned last night was that they're after Kagari and unlikely to hurt us, right? Why do you think so? They would have been able to take one of us as a hostage in that situation if they had wanted to. Since they didn't, that means they want to try and keep this quiet.
それについては
Daru and I reached the
俺と
same
ダブルだ
conclusion.
から
So that means as long as we don't cause a fuss, we're fine.
きっと
That was a lie. Just like Suzu had said earlier, there was a good chance they might come after us because we'd seen their faces. But it wasn't smart to say that and worry everyone.
だから
So, I don't think it's a good idea for Nakase and Kuroshima to come around here for a while. But what will you do about Kagari?
それはもう手は打ってやる
I've taken precautions. I gave her a bodyguard. Yeah, you did. A bodyguard?
昨日
Two, actually. The two who drove them away last night. Suzu and the owner, right? Oh, that guy with the huge muscles! But that means she's going to have to live in fear that she'll be attacked again. That was right. Just playing defense wouldn't solve
こっちは
anything.
こっちで
I'm planning on hiring a detective to see if I can find out who's after Kagari.
ある程度情報が
Once I have more information, I may go to the
場合によっ
police.
ては警察に話
Of
す
course, more than half of that was lies again. Going to the police or detective, they wouldn't believe me about Kagari being a time traveler. But what was important now was calming everyone down. From there, I'd have to solve things myself. To be honest, I was sick of living in the middle of a conspiracy theory. But it was the only way I could get my everyday life back. I think Nya... Hey, Ocarina, are you listening now? What? Oh, I'm sorry. What were we talking about? I told Kuroki about what happened yesterday, Nya. If anything weird goes on in Akihabara, he's sure to let us know right away, Nya.
そうか
I see. Also, I've asked the neighborhood watch to step up their patrols, Nya. Whoever they were, that will keep them away for a while, I think, Nya.
ありがとう
Thank you, Ferris. That's a huge help. No problem, Nya. Is there anything I can do? Kagari's in trouble and there's nothing I can do, and I can't help you either, Okabe. It's just... Mayushi wants to do something for Kagari too, but is there anything we can do? Well... Everyone fell silent. Even after all that had happened to them, they still wanted to help. Ramen. Not only is this not even at one of the bad ends, we haven't even hit the other split point yet. We haven't even hit the split point yet, Ramen. We're not even in the end game of this route. At all. We're at about the midpoint of it. And we got 3 other routes after this one. Even after all that had happened to them, they still wanted help. But I couldn't let them be in danger. And then I remembered what Tenochi had said. K6205. What's that?
昨日の連中が
Supposedly it's something the attackers yesterday were saying, but I have no idea what it's supposed to mean. Yeah, no, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying... We're not even at the end of this path. Hold on, I'll... Goggle it? Net slang, to search on the internet. Goggle. Daru opened a browser and quickly typed it in. I'm only seeing product IDs and stuff. Shinochi said they might be military, so it might be a military code, which means there was nothing we could do. I was hoping there might be some clue, but... Yeah, that. Huh? What did you say? No, I was just thinking that K might mean a Kichil number? That doesn't make any sense, does it? What's a Kichil number? It's a numbering system for Mozart's songs. After he died, a man named... There's gotta be just like an error. Because they're clearly saying a real thing, but there's just a question mark there. Kachel we're gonna go with, ordered his songs chronologically and gave them all numbers. But I don't think even Mozart wrote 6,000 songs, and I don't think it's got anything to do with this. Mozart, Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. Sorry for bringing up something so weird.
ダル
Coachal. Oh, maybe that's why it's not displaying. That would make sense. Okay. Gotcha. Daru, how high up do these coachal numbers go? Yeah, that would work. They'd probably just like, it's just not in this font system. The accent over it, I don't know what the 2 dots is called per se. A lot of different accents have a lot of different names, but still. Says the last one is 626, a song named Requiem. That's a song Mozart was writing just before he died, right? You know a lot about it, Kaede. You know, I play the piano. Then what's K620? 620, 620. Oh, here it is. It's a song called The Magic Flute, an opera written by Mozart in 1791. It's cultural number. Oh, it shows it there. It's got to be the accents then. It's got to be the accents. Mozart was commissioned to write this opera for public consumption by the manager of Viennese Opera House. Viennese, yeah. But it's said that both he and the manager were members of the Freemasons, and the lyrics contain many allusions to Freemason symbols and teachings. The Queen of the Night aria is its most well-known song, and it has also been turned into a movie. I heard the name before, at least. Let me see. I looked over Dora's shoulder at the screen. He clicked on the heading for the Magic Flute on Mozart's wiki page. Die Zauberflute. The Magic Flute. K620. Written in 1791. Mozart's the last completed opera. It was famous for including numerous examples of Freemason doctrine and symbols. Secret society founded sometime between the later 16th century to the start of the 17th. It was said to be a union of stonemasons who built cathedrals, monasteries, palaces, and castles. We're at the castle. Branches still exist all over the world, and the organization has over 6 million members. In conspiracy theories and fiction, it's often depicted as a terrifying secret organization that rules the world. Yeah. Oh yeah, Wikipedia logo. It's
We're at the castle.
It's not Wikipedia. It's Wikipedia. It's just WKI. Oh, it's Wikipedia. Yeah, it's something. So, K6205 is what, the 5th song in the opera? 5th song was a quintet called Papagino the birdcatcher has a padlock placed over his lips, and this is his song begging someone to open the lock. Mozart, Amadeus, Freemasonry, a padlock on his lips. Got anything? Wikipedia. No, but I know we're at time. I'm just waiting for a logical scene transition. I could have done one of the earlier ones, but I was like, we'll do this. Why did this all feel so creepy? Text to speech. I wonder how it'll read it.
HM.
That's how. Thanks, text to speech bot. You're the best. And didn't I just talk to somebody about Mozart? Don't look at the password. Maho du Salieri, Mozart's rival, as her password to access Amadeus. To be fair, she used it as the username. You don't know what she uses as the password, but it's fine. On its own, that didn't mean anything, but come to think of it, Maho said she lost access to Amadeus just before the attack last night, didn't she? Did she ever find out what caused it? I'd have to call her or contact her via Vine. Which would be faster? Let me make a quick call. Ah, dang it. Well, it says ignore calls, but maybe we'll do Ryan. I don't know if it'll let me. This might be scripted. Yeah, I think this is just scripted. I pulled her number out of my contacts and called her. Made it through after a few calls. What? Is there something else? No, there was something I wanted to ask you. Make it quick. Her irritation was plain from her voice, which meant that she hadn't solved whatever the problem with Amadeus was. How are things with Amadeus? Not good. The system's down? No, I can't access it. Which meant someone may have taken over the Amadeus system. Taken over? Amadeus? But why? Sorry, but is there anything else? Once I know something, I'll call you. She hung up on me. Wow. What's that, Mahotan? What did she say?
アマデウスが
She said it looks like somebody's taken over Amadeus. Taken it over, huh?
モーツァルトつながりで
I thought there might be some connection over this Mozart thing, but I couldn't say anything yet. Fragments of these strange incidents were scattered all around me. That's how it felt. If I could pick up all the pieces and connect them, would I find the answer? For example, Yuki Amane's injured left arm. What did that mean? Huh. Just as I was about to put my phone back in my pocket, it rang again. First I thought that Maho might have forgotten to tell me something, but when I saw the screen I gasped. What's this? Oh, Green, who's calling? I stared at the screen, unable to answer. The phone kept ringing. What was the meaning of this? Why would Amadeus, who'd been taken over, be calling me? Was this some kind of trap? What should I do? Answer it? Or... I hesitated a moment, and the call from Amadeus ended. My phone fell silent. There you go. That's the cliffhanger. That's the one. We locked that one, though I'm pretty sure this one we could lock too. I'm gonna put it over here. There you go. That's the cliffhanger we're leaving off on. That's it. I was looking for something. I didn't know what, but like, that was the one we're going with. But yeah. So, this is the start of our next path. It's going well. Going well. We just gotta not answer the phone. Just gotta not answer the phone. Just don't answer the phone. That's it. Don't answer the phone. But don't worry. After we finish this end, we're coming back and we're answering the phone.
Which is strange, is it not?
One last person. I don't know what you're talking about. You can trust everyone implicitly. Everybody is perfectly trustworthy. Every single person. Everyone. Yeah. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for watching. Especially in this game. Oh, absolutely. Always. Obviously, got some extra shoutouts to Heckin 7th for dropping 55-month resubscription. And everybody in chat, hanging out, having a good time. Hopefully, enjoying. Tomorrow we're doing Yakuza. I'm just going to say Tuesday we're going to do... Tuesday we'll do Ryza. I don't know about Thursday yet. I don't even know what I'm going to want to play Thursday. I'm going to want to play Horizon Forbidden West. That's what I'm going to want to play Thursday. But I won't be able to until Friday. So I don't know what Thursday is going to be. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday are going to be Horizon before we Elden Ring. Until we finish Elden Ring. Maybe PoE. Who knows? I don't know. Who knows? We'll see. That's a good fallback, because we've been playing more of it anyway. Lets us play some chill music. So maybe. Oh no, because we're still going to do this on Sunday. We'll probably just do Horizon Friday day, Friday night, Saturday day, Saturday night, Sunday day, and then Sunday night we'll keep this. I might skip this for Elden Ring, though. Elden Ring might grab me that hard. We'll see. I don't want to make promises or threats. We'll see. I'm really hyped for... From Software usually doesn't disappoint. Magic on Thursday? Oh man, I haven't even booted up Magic Arena in a long time. I know there's a new set out, but I know nothing of any of the recent cards. Sophie 2 comes out, understandable, and I hope you enjoy the hell out of it. Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, yeah, 4 hours of me bumbling trying to learn a different card game. At least if I did Magic, I'd be bumbling trying to learn new cards in a game I already knew, not an entirely new system. We'll see though. Thursday's up in the air. But after that, we're kind of set for a little ways. Let's sell some monster, a quote, a Discord, and oh, what's... You know, why not? Mahjong stream, yeah, sure. Definitely. We currently don't even have access to Mahjong, even if we wanted to. So, can't even if I wanted to. And I don't want to. But also can't. So, it's out of my hands. Sorry, I guess I just couldn't. Nobody in the forest wants to play Mahjong. I guess we'll just have to fight the bear with Mahjong. Yeah, thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for watching. This has been Viper of Viperland, and I'll see you all next time. And we landed on another seed with no background music.